Good afternoon, Council, and members of the public who might be watching. I'm calling to order the Town of Collingwood Council meeting of Monday, January 23rd, 2023. The first item on the agenda is a motion to adopt the agenda. I can tell you that there's one amendment. It's under 4.1 and under items for discussion, and this is in camera. Item C will be deferred until next week, so we won't be addressing that in council today, or in camera, I should say. So with that on the table, could I have a mover and a seconder for the agenda, please? Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Doherty. Would there be any amendments? Councillor Jeffrey?
Not an amendment, but just a request that my last FCM meeting was December 8th in Ottawa, and our marathons haven't allowed a little bit of time for a quick update, so I'm hoping under other business later this evening, if it's time all right, if our timing is all right, that I will do that.
Of course, just let me know when we get to that item. Any other amendments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's unanimous, thank you. Does anyone have a declaration of interest they'd like to declare tonight? Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So under our regular council meeting, agenda item 12.2.1 with respect to the pre-budget approvals, specifically items 930F with respect to Cameron Street and 9388 with respect to the Mountain Road widening. It's a code of conduct declaration as a family member owns property within both those work locations.
Okay, thank you. We'll deal with that at that item. Are there any others? If you find yourself in that position during the meeting, please just let me know. Item 4 on the agenda is our in-camera portion. What the motion reads is as follows. Whereas the clerk hereby concurs the reason for the in-camera session have been duly reviewed and considered, and the matters are authorized under the exception provisions to conduct a closed session in accordance with the Municipal Act prior to proceeding into closed session. Therefore, be it resolved that this council proceeds in camera in order to address a matter pertaining to, and here's the list, the security of the property of the town, and that's item A, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including the town or local board employees, that's B and D, labor relations or employee negotiations, that's B, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the town or a local board, and that is C, the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and that would be B, C, and D, always remembering that C has been deleted. And lastly, a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or behalf of the municipality or local board, and that's items A and D. And the items for discussion, A, grain terminals, streetcar proposal, B, corporate updates, and that deals with personnel, insurance claims, litigation, and solicitor advice, and D, Cuthbert Estate Administration. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Perry, Deputy Mayor Fryer, any discussion? All those in favor? Thank you. For moving into in-camera, the first item on the agenda, we're going to remain in this room. And then for the balance of the in-camera, move into the Braniff room as usual. Thank you.
What are they talking about? Well, Peel's here and Williams there.
Yeah.
They're going to continue.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We have been in camera since 2 p.m., and I'm looking for a motion from council to rise from in camera. I have a mover and Councillor Jeffrey and a seconder with Councillor Potts. Any discussion? All those in favor? The only report I'll give from the in-camera session is that the new council had an opportunity to have a presentation made to it by Streetcar, who is one of the two developers who was the successful proponent for entering into negotiations with the town to develop the terminal property and the entire spit, in fact, improvements to it, I'll say. So we had a great presentation for our new council, and we're looking forward to being able to do a similar presentation and get into the public part of the public and community involvement in this project after the end of February. There's a memorandum of understanding that's still under consideration and that will be signed before the community is engaged in this, but we are looking forward to some time just after the end of February when this will come forward. So that is the only report that I can make at this time. So I'm now going to look to Councillor Potts to read the land acknowledgement.
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nation walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all of the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
The next item on the agenda is the adoption of the minutes. And the motion reads that the minutes of the council meeting held December 19, 2022 be approved as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer, Councillor Doherty. Any comment? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. 6.2 is business arising from the previous minutes. Would there be any? Seeing none. The next item on the agenda is community announcements, and we'll go around the table in our usual fashion. Deputy Mayor Fryer, over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I wanted to start out and mention Watershed Trust is holding the season 15 inaugural meeting of Be the Change film series. And it's Wednesday, January 25th at 7 p.m. in the Simcoe Street Theater. This feature is Scrap. What happens with ships, planes, and trains. And it's going to look at how we value things and that things can hold a great deal of meaning and memory and beauty. And refurbishment is something that can be done with them. So letting everybody know about that. In order to get tickets, you can go on to www.btc.watershedtrust.ca. And I'm also going to mention that tomorrow night on the 24th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Summit Social House is the community or Collingwood Climate Action Team's coffee sessions. And it's a place where they like to have people come and share thoughts about climate and ecological crisis. And it looks for people with like-minded thoughts to come. You do need to register. There's only 12 spots available. And to register, it's www.collingwoodclimateaction.com. And just a shout out to Summit Social House for making the meeting space available after hours. That's what I have.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin. I know you'll comment more extensively, but just wanted to say how much I really enjoyed the women's hockey this past weekend and was really pleased to hear our land acknowledgement read at all of the games and in the ceremonies. It really is a step forward for us as a community. Also, to be able to announce tonight that since we last gave community announcements, I'd spoken about the OJHL All-Star Weekend, which also occurred here and was a huge success. And I'm pleased to be able to announce tonight that that All-Star event will be returning to Collingwood in 2024. So we're really excited about that prospect. And then on February 25th, it's our annual Coldest Night of the Year event in which pretty much all of council is going to be participating. I'm pretty sure everybody's registered with one team or another. We do have a Collingwood Council Challengers team, which you can sponsor for this very worthy cause in support of our vulnerable youth. And those are my announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I want to make a shout out to everyone in the town of Collingwood. We can all be very proud that we have been recognized as the third most generous community in Canada based on dollar value of donations per citizen, and this is from the Canada Helps data from 2022. So congratulations to all of us. And along that vein, the need for community pantries in Collingwood is very high. Many of our pantries have seen a very high uptake in food offerings from their locations. And this is including, in particular, the Collingwood Library and as well the Youth Centre, both of which are operating pantries. So please keep those in mind when you are considering making donations of non-perishable foods. Also, another reminder that they are as much in need of hygiene products as they are in need of non-perishable food. So when you're putting your donation together, keep that in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead. Houston.
No additional announcements on my end other than what's already been mentioned.
Thank you. Councillor Potts.
Thanks, Mayor Hamlin. I had the pleasure last Wednesday to attend the Hockey Day in Collingwood, which started off with many public schools from both Collingwood and surrounding areas attending. Such a fun day. It gave a lot of kids opportunities that don't regularly play hockey to be included. And there was a number of games throughout the day at both Central Park and Eddie Bush. Congratulations to all the players. Canberra Street this year took the championship in a really fun, exciting game in the afternoon, which led into the high school hockey in the evening, which was the girls team from both Vanier and CCI and the boys team from Vanier and CCI, which was quite exciting, and the skill level is quite impressive and something that the community should be extremely proud of. And I just wanted to do a shout out that day, and especially with the girls high school team and even some of the individuals through the public school that to Ivy Martin and the Collingwood Girls Hockey Association to see how that I guess organization has built females from the ground up as far as hockey and where it is today, and then obviously ending off in the weekend with the professional girls. It's quite inspiring, and I just wanted to thank Ivy and her entire association for what they've brought to Collingwood. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'd just like to begin by passing on best wishes to everyone who is celebrating the Chinese New Year's, also known as the Spring Festival. 2023 is the Year of the Rabbit. I want to make an announcement on the town of Collingwood is offering a community recreation and culture grant program to eligible Collingwood nonprofit, charitable, and volunteer-based organizations. Applications for this grant are being accepted until February 10th. Organizations can learn more about the grant program by visiting www.collingwood.ca/grants. Wednesday, January 18th, I had the pleasure of accompanying Mayor Hamlin on her weekly town council report on 95.1 FM, The Peak, which I felt was very informative. And I just want to make sure the public all marks their calendars and sit by the radio every Wednesday morning at 8:30 a.m. January is Crime Stoppers Month. And on Friday, January 20th, Deputy Mayor Fryer and myself, along with Angie Shiner and Rosemary Dumont from Crime Stoppers, took part in the Crime Stoppers flag raising at the Collingwood Public Library, which was it was a little cold and windy, but it was a very nice morning. And I won't repeat the hockey because it was all very good, the high school hockey, the public school hockey, and obviously the women's hockey was a real highlight this weekend. And I just hope everybody had the chance to partake some of the time at the rink. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And thanks to Deputy Mayor Fryer for pitching the Blue Mountain Watershed Trust's Be the Change film series, and specifically, excuse me, the film coming up on Wednesday night called Scrap. I'm sure you all want to see that. And in that regard, I just purchased a ticket yesterday and found out because of a conflicting matter I cannot attend. So the first person who raises their hand can get a free ticket to Scrap. You can come and see me. Also, following the wonderful hockey series we had over the weekend, I was, as a member of the Optimist Club of Collingwood, selling 50/50 tickets, and I can tell you someone in this room won $1,006 on Saturday night from the 50/50. It just shows you should be attending hockey at the Blues games. It's well worth doing. And I just end by saying that the Optimist Club of Collingwood is holding a social meeting to learn what it is to be an optimist and help youth in our community. You can attend tomorrow night, actually, at 6:30 at the Swiss Chalet restaurant, and send an email beforehand, and we'd love you to be our guest. So come and find out what it is to be a friend of youth in Collingwood. Thank you.
Oh, that's a great invitation. Okay. Well, I'll just say on the hockey front, I have been busy. I am dropping pucks continually, and I did another one on Saturday night. And I just want to say it's just been amazing over the last, just few weeks how we've had the All-Star Junior A's play here. The top players, the Junior A team, in our arena. And then, of course, our hockey day when we had all our local kids in the arena for a whole day, as Councillor Potts mentioned. And then on the weekend, the professional women's tour here with some 44 Olympic athletes participating in their secret, what do they call themselves? Secret Dream Gap Tour. And so there were games there Saturday during the day, Saturday during the night, and yesterday. And I'm hearing there was over 1,000 people at the arena yesterday to watch that, including me and two of my girlfriends who I didn't even think had an interest in hockey. But they convinced me to come and watch Sarah Nurse and others who did an amazing job yesterday. The other thing I'll just mention briefly is that one of our federal cabinet ministers, Minister Hutchings, came to town last week, and she's the Minister of Rural Economic Development, and she wanted to meet with us and with a group of those in our community who were involved in what could be called the visitor economy. So there were people there from our community with Saga Beach as well as Town of Blue Mountains. And she really listened, gave us lots of ideas about funding opportunities, and shared some of her own personal experiences having run a fishing lodge in Newfoundland. So I just want to report we're on the radar of the Rural Economic Development Minister, and it went very well. Okay, that's it for community announcements. The next item on the agenda is the public meeting. And so I'm welcoming everyone here tonight to the Collingwood's public planning meeting. This is with respect to a proposed draft plan of subdivision and a zoning bylaw amendment. And this all is with respect to a property municipally addressed as 452 Raglan Street. This is located west of Raglan Street, east of the Clearview Collingwood Rail Trail, and south of the existing residential subdivision known as Lockhart Meadows. Please note the applicant has appealed these files to the Ontario Land Tribunal due to a lack of decision by the town within the prescribed limits under the Planning Act. Therefore, this is not a public meeting under the provisions of the Planning Act. However, prior to taking a position on the applications before the Ontario Land Tribunal, Council wishes to hear comments and questions from the public in an open public forum. This meeting will follow a similar format as public meetings held under the Planning Act. As such, it will begin with presentations by staff and the applicant. Members of the public will then be invited to offer their comments or questions regarding the proposal. Once the public portion of the meeting has been completed, no more public comments or questions will be allowed. Before closing, I will ask the public 3 times for further comments. I will then ask council members if they have any questions. Once all the public and council questions and comments have been received, staff and/or the applicant will have an opportunity to respond. The public meeting's being recorded. Your name, address, and comments are being recorded according to the Municipal Act and the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. And the minutes will be available to the general public on the town's website. Generally, if the comments could be kept to 5 minutes, that would be great. And if you've heard your remarks that you'd like to make already been said, there's no need to repeat them, but do make sure that your name and address have been given to Robin at the table here because she's keeping a list. All right, so to start the meeting off, can I look to... Yes, go ahead. This is our Senior Manager, Ayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Mayor, and good evening, members of council. As some of you are aware, the town has retained Mr. Jim Diamond of Municipal Planning Consultants to provide planning services with respect to these files. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Diamond to make the presentation this evening.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council, members of the public. Who are behind me. We do have a presentation to slide you through. I promise not to be too long. As Lindsay indicated, the municipalities retain me to assist them with this file. You have a lot of files, a number of them before the OLT, and not a lot of staff to deal with them. I've been doing this for about 42 years now, so I said I couldn't say no to Summer and tell her I wouldn't help her out, so that's why I'm here today. I think we can just move forward to the next slide. But just to set the stage where we are, and I think that Madam Mayor did a good job of explaining, because the matter's been referred to the OLT, this isn't a typical public meeting under the provisions of the Planning Act, because the decision-making power is now with the OLT and not with council. But before I write a staff report and make a recommendation to council, I want to hear what the public has to say. And before council makes a decision on my recommendation, they want to hear what council has to say, or what the public has to say as well. So at the direction of council, we organized this meeting to supplement the fact that public meeting under the regular provisions of the Planning Act wouldn't occur because of the situation we're in. So we're dealing with 2 applications. One is a plan of subdivision, and in order to create lots through something other than the consent process or more than just a few lots, you need to go through a plan of subdivision under the provisions of the Planning Act. And that subdivision process requires the municipality to consider an application for subdivision, eventually make a decision on that application, and there's a series of steps that would follow a decision. In this case, the decision will be made by the OLT, but the municipality will have to go to the OLT in the event that council supports the application with a series of conditions that would deal with the application. Council's in the position now where it hasn't presented a position or taken a position on the file even. So speaking of conditions is a little bit early, but I want people to understand that it's a fairly lengthy process even after a decision to support or not support is done. We also have an application for a zoning bylaw amendment. This application requires, this proposal requires that the zoning bylaw for the town of Collingwood be amended to allow the development that's being proposed. And I'm going to speak a little bit more about that in the next couple of minutes. So my job tonight is to present the basic background information about the file, the specifics about it, and the matters that we need to consider before we prepare a planning report. And part of the reason for me doing this is to help the public and council to understand just exactly what the planning documents that are approved before the municipality makes a decision on the application. So if we can flip forward. So if you're in the audience, you probably know where the property is already, and you don't really need this slide. It was on the notice, but I do have an obligation just to say these are the lands that we're dealing with, including the laneway that goes out to Raglan Street. The address is 452 Raglan Street, but there's a very small part of the property that actually fronts on Raglan Street itself. I'll just flip straight through. There's some important dates here. The application was submitted in January 2022, and it was deemed complete in February of 2022. The municipality has 30 days to do that, and they did it in 30 days. The application is then circulated for comments to a number of agencies that I'll list later, and that was done February the 11th. As of April 8th, the zoning bylaw amendment application could have been appealed to the OLT because there's a 90-day window for the municipality to make a decision on it. And as of May the 7th, the subdivision application could have been appealed to the OLT because the municipality has 120 days to make a decision on it. I'm going to stop and say, recently been doing a lot of work for municipalities trying to figure out how to do this in 90 days and 120, and nobody does it. But the application, the failure to make a decision in that period of time enables the applicant to file an appeal before the OLT, and that's what they did on June 29th, 2022. So again, because of the appeal, it gets us in this weird situation where council is not the decision-making authority on it. The OLT has the authority. But as I explained before, I need to write a planning report. I'm not comfortable doing it without hearing the public comments. Council needs to hear public comments before they agree or disagree with whatever I recommend. And so that's why we're having the public meeting at this time. Next slide, please. Very briefly, the subdivision proposal. I'm going to let MHBC speak in greater detail about the subdivision proposal itself. But the subdivision proposal itself proposes 21 lots for detached dwellings and 107 townhouse units. So a total of 128 residential units. I've got some stats about how much land there is in park blocks. There's half a hectare, which is about 1.25 acres, if I remember my arithmetic correctly. And then there's an open space block that's 2.87 hectares. That should be around 9 acres of open space block right next to the Pretty River. And so that block includes the floodplain and environmental protection areas and things adjacent to the river. And of course, they need a stormwater management block. I was talking to a gentleman before the meeting about the fact that when you cover the land with asphalt and buildings, you need some place to make sure that the water coming off of that is stored so it doesn't leave the property any faster than it left it before the development occurs. There's also a number of 3 walkway blocks so that you can actually get from one place to another in the subdivision without driving around a whole bunch of roads, and it helps connectivity so you can actually get there from here. So that's why they're there. Next slide. There's a larger copy of the subdivision plan showing there. It's a little blurry on that screen. It's quite clear on this, and it just shows you where the subdivision is again. And again, I'll let MHBC, who's the applicant's planner, speak in greater detail about the subdivision. That's how it looks right now. So there's connections to Kirby Avenue across the rail trail, which I know is an issue, and also connections to Peel Street and William Street to the north. So there'd be 3 road connections into the plan of subdivision. The plan of subdivision includes the block that's the current driveway. However, the applicant is not proposing to access the subdivision through that way because the bridge is not very solid. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendment. Right now, the property is zoned in a DR zone, which is really a holding zone. So the lands are zoned knowing that if the land's developed, you have to amend the zoning bylaw. And that's very common practice. It ensures that there is a public process, unless there's an appeal, but we're making sure there's a public process. And so it's necessary for the applicant to rezone the property from that DR zone to R3 to permit the proposed single detached dwellings and the townhouses. They're also going to zone lands from DR to a recreation zone to permit a proposed park in the property. And then the lands that are within the floodplain and within the environmentally protected areas would be zoned to an EP zone. That EP zone would delineate the lands that cannot develop and are being protected for either buffers from the natural features on the property or the floodplain. It's important to talk about the official plan designation on the property. The property is designated residential. That's the primary designation. The Planning Act requires that when you consider a plan of subdivision, you determine whether or not that plan of subdivision is generally in conformity with your official plan. And so it's one of the first things we look at. So the property's designated primarily residential. So what your official plan says is in the long term, these lands are going to develop for residential purposes. You also have another schedule in your official plan that is a residential density schedule. And that residential density schedule, the area shown in red, designates the property, except for the EP lands, as medium density residential. So your official plan anticipates that these lands will develop for residential purposes at a density for medium density. And the minimum density permitted in the medium density residential designation is 20 units per hectare. That's the minimum density. And I will say this proposed plan of subdivision just makes it to the minimum density. It's right around 20. The OP, the official plan says it could go up to 55 or more than twice the density that's being proposed. So that's the official plan designations for the property. Next slide. I noted the current zoning is the deferred residential, the DR zone shown in yellow on this plan. And as I mentioned again, the proposal is to rezone it primarily to R3 with exceptions. If we get to that stage, if council's generally in support of, we would probably create an exception to the R3 zone to tie down exactly what they want to do. That's typically what planners like to do to make sure that what the municipality gets is what it was promised. And you have very many exceptions to the R3 zone. I wanted to point out that the uses in the R3 zone are quite varied, and they go from apartments down to single family dwellings. So it's important. I don't want to just zone it R3 if in fact the development proceeds, because then you could get an apartment there. So we will need an exception zone in the event that it goes forward, and we'll have to create a special exception for the development itself. Next slide. I won't name all the agencies that get circulated with a plan of subdivision like this, but needless to say, it's a very lengthy list. I used to call it everybody in the world and their neighbors, but all of the agencies that are affected externally and the internal departments have been circulated with the application. I have been in touch with the applicant about consultation with Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, SON as we call them short. I understand that MHPC will speak to that this evening, but we'll make sure that gets done. Next slide. So I have had the opportunity to review emails and letters that have been received by the municipality up until just before the public meeting. And this is just a quick summary of some of the things that have been identified. People are concerned about the natural hazards. I'll just say flooding next to the river, buffering between the natural heritage features, which are primarily the woodlands to the south of the property, and providing a buffer to that. People have suggested that there be a multi-use trail connection over the old driveway out to Raglan Street. People have been concerned about the proposal to extend Kirby Street and cross the rail trail. I've seen many comments, particularly in the last 2 days, about construction access, the cumulative impact of traffic in the area, the downstream sanitary servicing capacity, and of course, water capacity is an issue here in Collingwood. People have commented on landscaping and the interface between the existing residential developments and the proposed development there. And a number of people have talked about what happens when a new residential development occurs next to an existing residential development. If they build the houses, if they build the land up and build the houses higher, the overlook into people's yards and lack of privacy and things like that. We've talked to people about that as well. There's been issues raised about the environmental protection area. Is it big enough? Does it cover everything? What's the extent of flooding on the property? We've talked to people about tree preservation along the trail, as well as the interface between the residential subdivision and the existing subdivision and the proposal that's there. And we also have some significant comments from our consulting team on urban design and architectural control for the development. So those are a quick list of issues that we'll need to consider as we work our way through the development application. So just so that everybody understands the process, because it is unusual, that the current status, it's in the control of the OLT. They're the decision-making authority. There was a case management conference that we call them CMCs. I hate using so many acronyms, but it's easy. Already in November, there's another one scheduled for February 21st, where at these CMC conferences, the tribunal wants to know what progress is being made, how many people are involved, how many witnesses you're going to call, how much time is it going to take. And I know what they're going to ask on February 21st is, what's the municipality's position? To be honest with you, between now and then, I don't think I have time to get a fulsome report to you. I'll do everything I possibly can, but it's only a month away. So the answer to that question would be, we're working on it. What happens from there? Well, tonight, my job is to listen to the concerns and submissions of the public. Following this meeting, I will certainly request additional information from the applicants to respond to some of the issues that were raised when this meeting happens. And then I will prepare a staff report as your staff on this file. And in that report, I will respond to the issues that were raised at this meeting and discuss how they may or may not be addressed and provide a recommendation to council. And then following that, council is going to direct either myself or the solicitor on how to approach the OLT in terms of support or not support, or somewhere in between on the file. So that will happen likely over the next hopefully 2 months. I've undertaken to give this my fullest attention, and I will do that. So that's what will happen tonight and well into the future. And with that, Madam Mayor and members of council, that's the end of my presentation. I got one more slide just to say, so I've done my part, staff presentation. Will be followed up, I believe, by the applicant, and then public comments, then questions from council. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mr. Diamond. And who will be coming forward on behalf of the applicant this evening?
Good evening, Council and members of the public. My name's Corey Chisholm. I'm a partner with MHBC Planning in our Barrie office and a registered professional planner. I also here this evening with members of the applicant's consultant team. We have Rebecca Alexander with Crozier Consulting Engineers. They performed the civil engineering and the traffic studies for the proposed development. I'm also here with Lisa Moran, an ecologist with Azimuth Environmental. So they looked after the environmental aspects of the proposed development, as well as the arborist report. So I'd like to thank staff for their efforts on this file to date. We've been working collaboratively with staff since we submitted the application. I'd like to thank Mr. Diamond for his presentation. He did cover a lot of the facts of the proposed development. So I'm going to try to not be too repetitive in the materials I go over. We did receive comments, the first round of technical comments that were made by different town departments and circulation agencies. And we were forwarded written comments received from members of the public dating back to earlier in the presentation. So I'd like to focus my presentation this evening on how we've accommodated some of those comments we've heard and some of the changes and little tweaks we've made to the draft plan since the version that was originally submitted, attempting to address those comments. So I also have a presentation that I'd like to walk everyone through this evening. And then, as Mr. Diamond mentioned, we're also here seeking comments from the public. We'll certainly be taking notes on any comments we receive from members of the public or council this evening. And then following this meeting, we'll certainly continue to work with staff to provide more formal written responses, detailed responses to those comments that we do receive ahead of that CMC scheduled for late February. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So try not to be too repetitive. Just like to reiterate, the site is designated, the developable portion of the site is designated residential in the town's official plan. Not pictured here is that schedule that Mr. Diamond showed with the density split. So this site is designated in the medium density designation, whereas the lands west of the Georgian Trail are in the low density designation. So as mentioned, we do have to follow the densities prescribed in the official plan, the minimum being 20 units per hectare and the maximum being 55. Based on the current proposal, we're sitting right around 21 units per hectare, so right at that low end of that density range. However, in evaluating this site in the context of the existing built form, both to the north and the west, we felt and our applicant felt that looking at the lower end of that density range was more appropriate. One difference you'll notice from the development that's proposed to the recent development on the west side of the trail is that split between single detached dwellings and townhouse dwellings. Just to get up to that minimum 20 units per hectare, we did have to look at primarily proposing townhouse dwelling units as they are a more compact and higher density form of development. So when you look at the built form to the west, you'll notice there's a higher proportion of single detached dwellings and also single detached dwellings on larger lots. We could go to the next slide. So just briefly, as mentioned, the existing zoning is that deferred residential zoning on the developable portion of the site. And again, that's really a placeholder, just identifying long-term these lands are contemplated for development, but we want to ensure the applicant comes forward with a zoning bylaw amendment application at that time. And by working with the applicant in the town, we can craft that zoning to be specific to what's proposed. Slide, please. So this is tough to see in black and white, but this is the current revised zoning bylaw amendment schedule. So you'll see here the majority of the developable portion is in a site-specific R3 zone. That's for the townhouse units that are proposed. There are two site-specific amendments being requested for the townhouses to the town's standard R3 zone. The interior townhouse units are proposed at a slightly reduced lot frontage of 6 meters, and there's a corresponding reduced minimum lot area proposed associated with those units. The zoning you see on the east side that's in the stripe, that's where the single detached dwellings are proposed. The single detached dwellings fall in line with the R3 zone standards, so there aren't any site-specific provisions required there. Now, through discussions with town staff, we may look at adding, revising those site-specific exceptions just to pin down, this is where the single detached dwellings are, here's where the townhouse dwellings are, just to avoid any potential confusion down the line that we're not proposing a apartment building or one of the other uses that is permitted in that standard R3 zone. The zoning on the west side is a proposed recreation zone. So those are the lands that will be either park or part of a widening that's being taken to widen the land holding along the Georgian Trail. And then we do have open space zoning associated with the environmental protection area. And then the laneway over to Raglan is today zoned recreational, and we aren't proposing to touch that, as that's part of the lands that are proposed to be dedicated to the town through the proposed development. Next slide. So we have here a colored version of the draft plan that was included in Mr. Diamond's presentation. Just visually, I think it's a bit easier to distinguish the different built forms that are proposed. So I would like to walk council and members of the public through some of the design characteristics of the site and what led to the layout that's proposed now. There's also two changes we have made since the original proposed draft plan, which is the version that was on Mr. Diamond's presentation. Both those changes were in response to comments we received from that first review. They are quite minor, so they don't jump out right away, and I will get into those in a bit more detail further in my presentation. Just to orient everyone, the single detached lots are located along the east side of the plan, so those are in the yellow color. The balance where you see a darker yellow and an orange are the townhouse blocks that are proposed. And we are proposing variation in the widths of those units. So the interior units are the narrower ones, the 6-meter units. And the end units are wider at a 7.2 meter width of the building. And then they would also have the side yard there as well. So from an urban design perspective, that helps to break up the streetscape, especially where you have a long run of the same type of units in a row. The park, on a typical draft plan of subdivision, we usually look at locating a park central to the site. And certainly that's our experience with municipal park departments as well. In this case, there was a bit of a unique opportunity with that frontage along the Georgian Trail. So in addition to that widening that's required along the trail, we proposed the park, you can see in a bit of a triangular configuration along the park, and we thought there's opportunity for synergies there if that can be programmed with a playground and some seating areas that for users of the Georgian Trail, it could become a bit of a destination point where they say, oh, let's go down with our kids to the park, stop there, play for a bit, and come back around. So that's the location we proposed the park for this site. And through review, and that was an item that was discussed through pre-consultation and the technical review comments that the Parks Department was supportive of that location, given the frontage and proximity to the rail trail. Another thing I'll point out is the 3 road connections. So we do have 3 existing road stubs, 2 to the north at William Street and Peel Street, and the stub at the end of Kirby Avenue. Today there's a cul-de-sac constructed there just south of the stormwater management pond. Through the previous approval on the lands to the west, those lands were identified as a future road being required across the Georgian Trail into these lands, which were designated for development. So there was a road stub provided there. In the fullness of time, that cul-de-sac would be decommissioned and the road would just carry through. So we're tying into those 3 points, and they were really fixed locations where we had to tie the road into. There were concerns identified through the pre-consultation process about traffic calming, and that led to us, the 2 road stubs, especially the ones coming from the north, you'll see neither one come straight down the site, both come in and then take a 90-degree. So that's done in an effort to break up too long of a straight run through residential areas. I'll point out the environmental areas along the east, along the Pretty River, and those do wrap around the south. So at the start of this project, we knew there was a number of different development constraints associated with the Pretty River. So studies were commissioned from different aspects to see what is ultimately the line that we can, our development limit, and then what sets the limit for the environmental protection area that will ultimately be dedicated to the municipality. So that involved a natural heritage study to look at the different environmental features, a floodplain study to look at any floodplain and flood spill associated with the Pretty River. And there's also a slope stability study associated with that. So in our environmental report, there's the culmination of those 3 studies, and really that development limit follows the line of most constraints. So we had to overlay all those lines and their associated buffers and setbacks, and that's what formed the development limit there along the east side. And just for clarity on the south side there, it does appear that there's enough depth there below the extension of Kirby Avenue for a row of lots. However, there is a woodland on the property to the south, and it does come into this property that was identified as a significant woodland through the environmental reports. So that's why there's just that environmental buffer on the south side of the Kirby Avenue extension. I will point out the two changes we have made to this draft plan since the version we submitted. The first is the stormwater management pond was identified as being a bit undersized, so it was enlarged on this version, and there used to be an additional single detached lot kind of at the south end of the swim pond, so that was absorbed into that stormwater management pond block. I'll also note the stormwater management pond on this site is proposed to be a dry pond, so throughout most of the year it would be in a dry landscaped condition, and it would only have some sitting water after larger rainfall events, and then once the rainfall event stops, that would slowly come down and go back to a dry condition. So there are two types of ponds you'll see. Some always have standing water. This one is a dry pond that's proposed. The second change that was made is related to the park block. I'll go through it in a bit more detail, but one of the comments we received through the town's urban design peer review, we were proposing a walkway connection to the east, and they had actually asked us to shift that connection up to the northeast portion of the park block. So I have a before and after slide a bit later in my presentation where you can see how that changed. Next slide, please. So through the pre-consultation process we initiated with town staff, they provided us with a list of studies that had to be completed, and one of those, I know it's an important consideration in the town of Collingwood, is architectural and urban design. So our client did have a architectural and urban design brief commissioned and submitted as part of the proposed development. So these are two excerpts of the proposed architectural style and treatments for those different products, the single detached and the townhouse products. And of course, there would be required variation in those and colors and materials and styles. And that report goes through that in a bit more detail, but just wanted to pull out a couple examples. Next slide, please. So I'll skip over this slide. Mr. Diamond went through the timeline of when the applications were submitted and the appeal was submitted. As I mentioned, we had to go through the pre-consultation process with town staff as the starting point of the project. Coming out of that, town staff and agencies provide a list of complete application requirements. So then the onus is on the applicant to fulfill all of those studies and reports and provide them with the submission of the draft plan of subdivision and zoning amendment. Town staff then review, confirm that those studies are done and they're done to a level of a certain standard before they determine that the application is complete, which starts all the timelines on the previous slide. So as part of our development, a vast number of studies and reports were completed. So that includes a planning justification report, the mentioned urban and architectural guidelines, number of engineering related reports of functional servicing and stormwater management, as well as a traffic impact study. We did have an environmental impact study completed by Azimuth, and then a number of studies completed by Toronto Inspection Limited, geotechnical investigation, slope stability, and a phase 2 environmental site assessment. We also had to commission a meander belt width assessment from Geomorphics. That formed part of that development constraint assessment. And stage 1 and 2 archaeological assessments were completed on the property by AMIC. Slide, please. So just briefly, a couple site photos. These pictures are looking from the north portion looking south. So the majority of the site today sits in an agricultural state with the tree line kind of wrapping around that area. Next slide, please. So these are photos taken at the bottom of William Street. So this is one of the 2 street extensions coming into our site. And took these pictures because they do show one of the unique features on this site, and one of the considerations through our work is this existing berm that exists along that shared property line with some of those residents to the north and the top of our site. So you can see that berm starts at the extension of William Street and goes to the east along the first 6 or 7 lots along there. Next slide, please. So this picture, again, this shows the berm from the south side of the berm. So you can just see the roofs of some of those single detached dwellings to north poking out over top of the berm. And the picture on the right, that's from our site looking north up Peel Street. So that's where that road extension would come through. And just to the right hand of that picture is where that proposed stormwater management pond would be located. Next slide. So these are photos taken at where the lane connects to Raglan Street. So the site, very irregularly shaped, has that narrow laneway over to Raglan. That laneway is approximately 10 meters in frontage there. And just looking to the north, you can see the cemetery and some of the buildings from the town. And looking to the south, you can see the area is currently quite undeveloped with the, I know there's some proposed developments further down the street. Next slide, please.
Excuse me. You're already at 15 minutes, but I don't want to cut you off entirely because I think you're giving us some important information. So if you could just speed it up a little.
Yeah,
if you can.
appreciate that.
Thanks.
So thank you, Mayor. So as I mentioned out the gate, I'll try to focus on how we've responded to some of those comments we received. Mr. Diamond walked through a number of those comments. So I'll go through each of these in later slides. So I'll just continue to the next slide. So one concern we've heard is a concern with Kirby Avenue making a crossing of the road across Georgian Trail into these lands. We did take that back and do an analysis across the town of how often are these trail crossings with the roads. So what we found is on the graphic here, you can see in the red is existing crossings, and in blue is where the proposed crossing is. So what we found on average is there's a street crossing every 300 to 400 meters. Actually, this section is where there's the largest gap right now. There's over 700 meters. So where we're proposing is close to 400 meters up from Poplar Side Road. So it's actually in keeping with kind of the staggerness of where those crossings take place through town. Related to this, we did receive comments about should the road come across, designing that crossing for users of the trail, cyclists, pedestrians in a safe manner. So we have received comments of 2 different accessibility and safety standards the town would expect the trail crossing to be designed to, and we're certainly committed to doing that. We did take a look at what the condition is on these other, and it's kind of over time there's a bit of a inconsistent approach to how some are signalized intersections, some just have some paintings, but that's something we'd certainly work with town staff through detailed design. Next slide, please. Another comment we received was in regards to the retention of that existing berm. Just would like to point out one detail that I think led to some confusion, understandably so, through our initial submission. The top is an excerpt of the draft plan of subdivision that was submitted with our first application. It's challenging to see, but you can see the topographic lines underneath. There was a bit of inconsistency with the legal and the topographic survey work that was done on the site. And when those were aligned, it was showing the berm was located more on our client's side of the property. After receiving those comments, we did have those relooked at, and that's reflected on the image to the south. That's also reflected on the revised draft plan. And what that shows is the property line really runs across the top and center of that berm, which I think is in keeping with the understanding of those familiar with the berm. So that has been revised. It actually impacted the topo on the whole site being shifted a bit, so that we've had to work through some updates to some of the engineering as a result of that change. But just wanted to point that out. Next slide, please. Another comment we received, and similar to the comment with the berm, was about tree preservation. There are a number of large mature trees, especially along the top of the site where that berm is. So Azimuth did complete an arborist report as part of the complete application. There were a number of trees in that area identified as needing to be removed. But that's something we certainly committed to working further with town staff through detailed design. Modern subdivisions, as Mr. Diamond alluded to, require fill to be brought in and modern grading to occur. So really internal to the site, there's not many opportunities to retain trees, but certainly there are opportunities around the perimeter. We've identified a 5-meter strip at the top there as a tree assessment area, and that's an area we think we can, if the trees are suitable and healthy, can be retained, working around the engineered grading that is proposed. Now, there are some nuances. It is common to find invasive species of trees when you do these assessments. It's typical to recommend removal of those, but it's not absolutely required. So that's something working with town staff, if there's an interest in retaining, especially the larger mature trees, that we can work to accommodate. Next slide. Another comment we received was about concerns with overlook. Again, changes to the building code over time required that if you have basements now, they have to be at least a foot above the high groundwater table, which wasn't always the case. And that's what leads to newer subdivisions often being at a higher topography than older subdivisions. There's 2 cross sections we've provided here just to show how that transition would work. I'll start with the one on the bottom, which is the lots where there is that berm along the shared lot line. So I can confirm that the berm, certainly on the north side of the property line, would be untouched and remain. We've also designed our side to retain as much of that berm as possible, understanding there's also mature trees along there. However, there are requirements to provide a certain level of flat rear yard space, so that's where you see the retaining wall drop down. The top image shows the condition of that interface more on the east side towards Peel, where the berm ends, and it's more of a flat transition across the site. So there it would be walkout units along there, and there would be a swale along the back going east-west to collect any stormwater from those rear yards. And again, we'd be looking to retain trees that are suitable within that 5-meter area. Next slide, please. We did receive comments related to increased traffic. So certainly any new development, more people, it's going to come with increased traffic. The traffic study that was completed did conclude that all of the surrounding intersections would still operate at acceptable limits, and there weren't any concerns from a safety perspective. Just taking this image, zooming out a bit, there are, from those 3 points of access, there are a number of ways that traffic would disperse in the surrounding area. Next slide. So just zooming in, I want to mention the park reconfiguration that I alluded to earlier. So the image on the left was how it was originally proposed. We did receive an urban design comment to eliminate the walkway connection to Street C and shift it up to the corner to the north. So we looked at how best to accommodate that. The 2 unit townhouses were quite large and inefficient, so we were able to accommodate that change, and we're still in total proposing an 8% parkland dedication to the town when minimum under the Planning Act is 5. Slide. There were comments about trail connections. The owner is proposing a north-south trail be proposed within that environmental protection area on the west bank of the Pretty River. It's noted that is identified in town planning documents and Parks and Trails Master Plan. There were also comments about potentially including a trail going east-west across the river over to Raglan Street. Through our review, we couldn't see any evidence of that in current town planning documents. And also at this point in time, there isn't a lot of activity at that side over at Raglan Street. So one of those is not proposed at this time. However, those lands are all to be dedicated to the town through the proposed development. So it certainly doesn't preclude the ability in the future for a trail connection to be brought across. Slide. So just two other comments that I don't have graphics related to, but First Nations consultation can confirm our client through their consultation consultant has reached out to both SON as well as the Huron-Wendat, who are the two groups who have expressed interest in the proposed development. So we'll be continuing those consultation efforts with them. There were some comments received about asking why the stormwater management pond is located where it's proposed. And that's the low point on the site. So generally we have to grade the entire site so it drains in one direction. So the highest point is the southwest corner, and everything will drain to that northeast corner. Next slide. All right, so thank you for your patience. I know I went through a lot there. Apologies if my presentation went a bit long. Certainly looking forward to hearing comments from members of the public and council, and we'll be making best efforts to provide follow-up detailed responses to all those following tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chisholm. That was very thorough. Okay, now we're going to turn to the public community part of the meeting. So who would like to be the first person to come up?
Hi, Madam Mayor, members of council, thanks for the opportunity to present Lindsay Lyle at 10 Shannon Court. My name. I think some of my questions have been answered tonight already because information's been provided that I wasn't party to in the past. So one of my main concerns was ownership of what was called the open space property. And if I understood correctly just now, I heard that it's going to be turned over to the town. So if that's happening, fantastic. If not, then that would be a major concern for me. I was looking at actually the document called Indigo 2 Urban and Architectural Design Guidelines. And on page 9 there, it listed the open space in a dark green color, which wasn't exactly the same as just shown there. But anyhow, that's the area that I'm presuming will be turned over to the town of Collingwood. The other thing is reading in that same document, section 3.3, which is a stormwater management pond. It uses the term wherever feasible. Maintenance paths shall be developed to serve the secondary function of pedestrian walkway. I don't really like the term wherever feasible because I see the connection between Peel Street going east as essential for connectivity, for future use for active transportation, whatever. So I'd like to see the document revised to show will be a pathway there. And they just talked about a buffer between existing property. So I'm assuming it wouldn't be any hardship to create a permanent pathway on the north side of what the proposed stormwater management pond is on. I'd like to see that firm, not left iffy. The other thing was that, as was just mentioned about the bridge decommissioning, it's very understandable that the existing bridge will be decommissioned. But I see a future pedestrian bridge as being very important across the river there, just for whatever's going to happen on lands east of the Pretty River. And of course, we have no idea what might happen on the east side of Raglan Street. So that connectivity will be very important for future active transportation and recreation needs. So there's no mention in there of making any contribution towards said bridge. So I'm thinking it would be a good gesture on the behalf of the proponent to make a financial contribution to this bridge, especially if development charges do not exist when construction actually takes place. Other comment I'll make is on the number of trees that will have to be removed. It was just referenced. I can understand that it's necessary to remove a lot of trees, unfortunately, nowadays when you do these developments. But it would be a great community project if some of those trees could be turned into lumber, which I'm sure they can be. And if some of that lumber could be brought back for a future community project, maybe it would be a picnic shelter in the park or the proposed gateway feature that's mentioned in the report as well. So it would be something that could connect Indigo 2 to its past. So thank you for the time to express my comments.
Thank you for your comments.
Roper, I think you've got a presentation for me. I'm here representing what we call the Lockhart Meadows community that's in the presentation here that basically talks about trying to conserve and develop a green space in that area. Okay, so basically the idea is creating green space where the berm is, where that area is that connects the bridge, expanding our walking trail. And I heard a little bit talk about that particular Raglan extension being given to the town. So this would work in that, and conserving some habitat that's in there. So I'd probably, so my wife and I moved there in 2013, and part of the reason we moved to that area is because of the beautiful green space around the Pretty River. So part of what we're doing is trying to offer some solutions to that. Everybody's talked about, but one thing that I wanted to point out is that's the reference property on this side, but one of the things that's going to happen, or could is proposed to being happen, is a new health and wellness community. So part of maintaining that bridge and that pathway and developing a walking trail could become a really important part of the future development. So what I'm going to talk about tonight is the property in question, which everybody knows now, the proposed development, a legally owned berm, some clarity required on the floodplain of the property, our revised proposal, green space, the traffic along Peel Street, storm pond replacement, renovating and protecting the bridge, and that it's not going to be that long a conversation. We know the property now. What I want to point out is where the old house is, because I bring it up in my presentation. Existing spruce tree driveway that nobody's mentioned at this point. So we're proposing the integration of a green space and a walking trail, which could incorporate interpretive signage highlighting the natural environment of the Pretty River. Because one of the things that a lot of people don't understand is the Pretty River has a lot of environmental wonders in there. I know that, we watch kids go down salmon fishing every year, and it's pretty amazing. So we're asking the town of Collingwood to assist us reimagining the proposed development tonight. So what we're talking about is what we'd like to see is the area in red be proposed. We'd like to conserve that entirely and rejigger the actual Eden Oaks, or work with Eden Oaks to redesign their development. Next. So let's begin with the berm. The area that we've talked about tonight is the berm, because it is the property of a lot of people's, it's legally owned property of a lot of the residents on the south side of the street, Linden Street. Next. Perfect example. It's a little bit more descriptive visually of what that berm actually looks like. You can see that that's a substantial piece of land in there. Taking that down will have a substantial erosion issues for the property on the south side of it's a known issue. We've walked the property with Mayor Hanlon. We've walked the property with Mr. Fryer. We've talked to Debbie Doherty about this. Removal or even minor excavation of this berm would cause significant erosion to those houses on the south side of Linden. It's not a matter that can be taken lightly. It's working now. We propose that it be left just the way it is. That's basically what started what I'm here talking about tonight. So one of the things that we've talked about and nobody's mentioned tonight, Diamond had suggested to me that we may have updated floodplain graphics, but I haven't got them. So this is what the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority outlines as the floodplain of this development, and I've noted the location of the berm on this. You can see that a full 60% of the development of this property, of this development, is going to be on a floodplain or in a floodplain. So with a little bit of research, we discovered that 60% of the entire piece of this land is. And a new report shows the impact of 100-year storms on events, a 100-year storm event in Collingwood. 100-year event occur in Collingwood under the mapping. The Pretty River would spill near Poplar Side Road and the rail trail, Collins Street. So part of what we're trying to get through with our proposal is keeping the trees. Existing trees basically offer the best defense of reducing flood risks in the area. So tearing down the trees could really affect properties that are already on Linden Street, Peel Street, and William Street. All of those houses, ourselves and probably everybody behind me tonight, we have water in our basement, and removing those. Most of us have water in the basement. And there's a fear for all of us that removing that berm, the water would naturally flow further towards our homes, and it's something that we're worried about. So what recent articles that we've read is the most at-risk communities in this area for flooding specifically are, if you'll notice, the Pretty River from Poplar Side Road to the bay. This is the area that they're talking about. This Poplar Side Road and that rail trail is where there's the greatest chance of a spill if there is a 100-year storm. So we've all read, or you've read that the town has read this, development in flood-prone areas as a draft plan, a qualified professional Ottawa Valley. I spoke to the Nottawasaga Authority Conservation. They said that they told me that they would be the last ones to consult with the town. So we're going to, hopefully we could clarity from you or before this development is approved. Specifically because we're concerned about the floodplains. So, as the ecological restoration plan shall apply to lands located within. Oh, you can see where 30 meters is, and I walk it off. When I go out of my house and walk it off, there's going to be houses built in that area. That's within the 100-year floodplain. Well, those are things that I think have to be strongly taken into consideration. Water tables, this is what we're talking about. While I was discussing this issue with Crozier Engineering, they told me that part of the new development has been approved that they could drain their water into the town's water. And this is something that the existing properties on Linden and Peel and Williams don't have an opportunity to do. So if the new properties can drain their water into the town, where's the water going to go that's not going into there if they remove the burn? Where's that water going to go? It's going to come towards the houses in Linden and Peel and Williams. And we all, if you drive down that street in the summer or winter, have sump pumps pumping up onto the road. Because at the time, we weren't allowed to put our water into the town water. If that's been changed, maybe everybody could be allowed to put sump pumps in their basement, directly put the water into the town water. That may be a solution, but we don't know that. The other thing that Mr. Proctor said, that the new development standard would require a full year of monitoring before development would start. And he suspected that at that point, the development would be 3 years away. Our question to you is, how will the tests be monitored, and will the results be made publicly available to us prior to full-scale construction? This is our revised proposal. We're proposing 2 cul-de-sacs at the end of William and Peel Street. Allows for the creation of a new green space as well as a continuation of the walking trail and parking areas for 6 towns for residents who wish to enter the walking trail. Nothing changes as far as the density of this proposal. And since the development is currently simple lines on paper, what better time to listen and cooperate with the small community? Also conserve a large amount of tree canopy and the beautiful spruce tree driveway, and would be in keeping with the town achieve a minimum of 30% tree canopy by 2041. So here's our revised proposal. You can see here what we're suggesting is 2 proposed cul-de-sacs, the walking trail, that entire area of green space being Raglan property, parking for 6 cars, nice new green space, relocated storm pond as shown, and the use of Kirby Street as the main access road, and this would achieve the same density. Townhouses in the center with a large parking area in the middle and a complete loop. I'll go on to why I think this is a better solution. So we're not against this development. We just like we'd like somebody to consider, and Eden Oaks to consider walking trail within, have offered to walking trail within that area, and I think so. Let's talk about the traffic flow along Peel and Williams. Our inclusion of 2 cul-de-sacs shown on the next slide, or the previous slide, would eliminate much of the future increased traffic. There are now 3 new luxury apartments having been developed there that are 156 units. Development being put by Mamta Homes, which includes 70 Sunville townhouse development, which is 50. Adding an additional 128 units of not a good idea. Looking at in the future is got 78 new townhouses that are going to be built in that area. Got 156 luxury compartments just completed. Empty field that was shown or hasn't been shown is now 50. So what we're proposing is that this yellow here is where the walking trail would be, cul-de-sacs, and we take the property out rather than allowing it to go down Peel Street, because the traffic on Peel Street when it gets to Hume is going to Hume Street won't be able to handle the traffic. So we're proposing the creation of a green space to try and eliminate this. That earlier proposes a green space. Walking trail that Eden Oaks is included in. Note it, that's the green space. So, and the existing spruce driveway that stayed there could be one of the most beautiful areas of the Collingwood walking trail. Complete signage on the significance. Spectacular walking trail that goes right into the ongoing bridge that's right behind it. Oh, as Collingwood has committed to giving the tree canopies, this is a pretty good opportunity for the town to stand behind those future hopes and dreams. Help, the trees are worth $1 million. Consultant gives town good advice on an urban forest. Town has gotten the study. Health as a $10,200 raise. So I walked over that property. There's about 500 trees in there, so it makes
Mr. Roper, you're at 15 minutes. I've let you go on because
Okay,
I know
so
you're talking for a number of people. Yeah.
This is where we see the existing walking trail coming out. Next slide, please. This our storm pond versus the existing storm. Like what we don't want to see is a big black fence around the storm pond. We know that it's not necessary. We don't have to do it. It's one of the things we'd like. That's our beautiful existing storm pond. There's no. Oh, I think it's something that the town I would like the town to consider suggesting that the storm pond be relocated. It would be in their Eden Oaks proposal is right beside people's houses. I think it could be. Bridge we've talked about. We'd hope that we can save this bridge because, again, as I mentioned, it would be great if the town could. And so other questions we have, what will the increased housing population do to the house? We haven't received the studies. About the increase in traffic, as I've pointed. I've got one more slide. This is what I've gone over. This is basically what we're looking. Keep that area for future. Sorry that went a little longer. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Yes, thank you for coming.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gordon Shepherd. I live at 74 Kirby Avenue. I'm glad I attended the meeting tonight. I took the opportunity to write to all of you yesterday with really what I thought was going to be my only concern respecting this development, and that was a concern with respect to construction traffic flow. In Mr. Chisholm's presentation, I think it was slide 18 of his, where he showed traffic coming off the arterial roads being Poplar Side Road, really, which is the only arterial road. Construction traffic coming into this area will, almost 100% of it will have to come off of Poplar Side Road, up Portland, onto Kirby, and into that development through Kirby, because Williams and Peel Street do not present themselves well for the movement of construction traffic. So for whatever number of years this development will be being worked upon, 100% of all of the trucks and materials and concrete, et cetera, will be coming up Portland Street and going down Kirby Street and into this development. That's a concern. That's going to be 5, 7, perhaps 10 years of traffic. There are no traffic restrictions on Kirby Street at this point in time. If you go up and down that street from Portland to the cul-de-sac at the east end at any time of day, there are cars parked on both sides of the streets. Right now, with the construction that Eden Oaks is undertaking and Sunvale is undertaking, there are traffic jams mornings and evenings in that area, and in particular when mothers and fathers are walking their kids to school, or the buses are coming in, or they're parking to pick up or drop off their children. It is awful. So my concern, and the only concern that I had initially with the proposal, was the construction traffic coming into the development. And I thought, well, the historic access to this property has been off Raglan. It's an arterial road. It's been identified that the bridge would not hold the weight of construction traffic, but a temporary bridge during the construction period certainly would. And based on the design that I saw from Mr. Chisholm's presentation, a temporary road going in to that area off of Raglan would not impede with any of the construction of any of the homes as they have in their current proposal. The one thing that I noted from Mr. Chisholm's presentation was his comments on the traffic calming into the design of the streets coming through from Peel and Williams. What was glaringly missing was traffic calming along Kirby. From the Portland to Kirby intersection going east into this development is a 500-meter straight drive-through with no traffic calming features. There's nothing at the Day Drive and Kirby intersection, and I don't see anything proposed going across the Collingwood Clearview Trail. So a 500 to 600 meter straight drive is just an opportunity for motorists to go as fast as they can. And with the number of kids that are walking in that area, this is a very young neighborhood in spite of my age. It's quite a young neighborhood. Lots of young families. The kids play on the streets. They're crossing the streets. They use the trails all the time, and as do we. So I have a concern that there is no traffic calming along that side of the street. Exacerbating all of this is another developer's proposal to extend Day Drive southward across Kirby and into another field that is proposed to be developed. There is no other access into that area other than coming through Portland onto Kirby and then turning onto the new access going south onto a new Day Drive. 100% of that traffic, or the construction traffic, for all of the years of construction will be driving right past my home and many other people's homes. If we can mitigate through a temporary road coming off of Raglan with a temporary bridge across the Pretty River for construction development of the 452 Raglan development, and then tie in the 3 access roads that will be going into that property, which right now proposed are Peel and Williams and Kirby, that would go a long way to keeping a lot of people safe, giving people the quiet enjoyment of their homes and their properties that they would hope for through I think a small accommodation by the developer to put in a temporary bridge and bring all of their construction traffic into this development off of Raglan, and I would hope that could be considered. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Doherty, 29 William Street. 3 quick points. The first point is that if anyone's driven down Peel Street, you know it's already falling apart, right? And there's no way it can put up with whatever length of time it's going to take for this construction, as well as the other townhouses that are being built on the east side of Peel and that are proposed and apparently already approved. Pardon me. There's few other developments that are that will be going in. The point is, however long this is going to take to construct all these units, I don't think Peel is the way to go. The gentleman suggested a temporary bridge for the one that's there for construction equipment. I say, forget temporary, permanent. Look, you can exit the community without going through Peel, without going all the way around through all the other areas. I'm not saying not to go west. I'm saying permanent east to Raglan. The address is 452 Raglan. That's the way we should be going. And besides, it's fast and easy to get to Poplar and to Raglan. The equipment is forever. I do not want to see construction equipment coming down my street. And I'm Williams. I know that if there'll be such well, do we have a traffic survey that's been approved? Because I haven't seen it. I'd like to know what kind of traffic you would expect for construction for years coming down Peel or through going from the other side of the train trail. Nobody wants all that. Let's use our heads, build a permanent bridge. Later on, it'll be used for access and for people to come and go so that you're not driving through a community filled with children and all the things that happen. You have to remember that even after the homes are built, you have all the people coming in, all the trades people coming in. It's on and on and on and on. That's an awful lot of volume, whichever way you put it. Let's put a permanent bridge in. I mean, just quick aside, the Canadian military can put a bridge in over that in less than 24 hours, and it'll take a tank. We're talking about a properly designed bridge that doesn't have to straddle too far, that can be built and then used and then reused afterwards, and for as long as we need it. Now, those 2 points, the third point is something that that whoever, for instance, perhaps our deputy mayor might be interested in. With Bill 23, infrastructure is being laid, the costs are being put onto the taxpayer. I'd like to know what this bill is going to cost us. I mean, what's our tax bill going up? How much is this going? I mean, infrastructure is not cheap. The developer's just laughing now because he doesn't have to pay for it, according to Bill 23. Everyone should be aware of what this is going to cost. So what's it going to cost? Let's find out. Can we have an estimate? So we looked into this? So that's my 3 points. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is James Kopp. I live at 16 Linden Street, which is, I guess, on the north side of the property, facing back. So I'm right in the center of Linden Street, halfway between William and Peel. And I'll make a couple comments. Just excellent presentation by Mr. Roper and some of the others about some of the concerns in the neighborhood, concerns about the trees, all of that's going on back there. I'll leave their input for your consideration. I wanted to talk a bit more specifically about the berm. There's a number of us, obviously, who have a lot more concern about the berm, and I think I can speak, at least informally for, the 11 residents that live in those houses that are going to back onto this property and have this berm to some degree in their backyard. And to date, although Mr. Chisholm did present a few new things about the berm, we've been given charts and plans that have been incorrect, that have had incorrect property lines, that have had no topographical information, incorrect topographical information, which was even acknowledged in the developer's representative, Mr. Chisholm, tonight. And the fact is the berm, there was one picture of, I think, in Mr. Roper's presentation from the top. It is rather significant. Most of us have fairly deep lots. It goes back in the last 10 or 15 feet of our lots. We've got also we go up to the corner of the ceiling. Very significant. It's not something you can sort of chip away on one side, and it's not going to fall apart when you start looking at it. And I'm just going to comment on that because there was couple of, I guess, new views, revised views of what you think you're going to do about the berm now that you realize that it's actually on the homeowners' properties, not the developers' properties. Because taking down trees across that whole strip, and that was referenced in Mr. Roper's presentation. Taking down those trees is going to destabilize that berm right off the bat. And it's a berm. It's firm, but it's sort of sandy and loamy. There's references to slope stability studies and so on. I don't know if that was in reference to the berm or something else that was talked to, but it doesn't. You start doing that to it, you start digging away on the developer side, as was shown in sort of a side cutaway view of that berm. There's going to be all sorts of stability issues. We have significant water table issues, as brought up previously this evening, in that area as well. I really do think that this whole berm issue, the ownership of which many of the people on the street have also had to sort of take some legal representation and action to confirm where our property lines are, and confirm that there's not going to be any intrusion, any damage to our properties, or anything we have going on against the back on our berms. These berms that people on our street have, there's gardens, there's flowers, there's wildflowers, there's some low retaining walls, small, chairs, and it's very nice what people's done across the back of their yard. They don't want it collapsing. They don't want a torrent of water coming down. The images that Mr. Chisholm showed this very sort of slowly sloping berm. That's not the case at all for, 6 or 7 of the 11 of us that back onto this property. There's significant steep issues on this hill that we're going to have when this happens, no matter what they sort of paint the picture for right now. It's going to be significantly different when the trees come down, they start digging on the other side. All of a sudden, we're going to have significant property issues. The condition of our property, which really should not be impacted in any way by any development going on. It should not. So that's kind of the piece that I really wanted to say, that I really do not believe the berm issue has been fully addressed in a good way that makes anybody living on the south side of the even-numbered side of Linden Street comfortable whatsoever about how it's being treated, how it's going to be developed. I would still much prefer, and I think it's a great idea, is to sort of keep a green space along there, bike trail through there. I'm not, and I'm not anti-development. I know when I bought there 10 years ago, I knew there was going to be development there. I'd like to see some good, well thought out, sensitive to nature and the type of community that we want to live in, that type of development when it happens. Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Good evening and thank you. My name's Randy Gillies. I'm actually here representing my daughter, Kara Gillies. Kara owns the property immediately south of the proposed development lands, bordered by the rail trail on the west side and Raglan Street on the south side. Her property currently consists of 6 acres south of the Pretty River and 6 acres north of the Pretty River. And that 6 acres is the property that borders the proposed development lands. And she's not opposed to development either, but as the plan currently stands, they are completely isolating and cutting the property off from all land access. So obviously, we don't want to be put into a spot where, and I don't think anybody wants to be put in a spot where your property is isolated from land access. So I just wanted to make the comment tonight. I'm more than happy to sit down with Mr. Chisholm and work on some type of road allowance that ensures that doesn't happen, because the alternative of having your property isolated and cut off isn't an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone online who would like to address council tonight?
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have individuals participating remotely, and if you'd like to address the council regarding this non-statutory public meeting this evening, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you are participating by telephone, please press *9. We do have one individual at this time, Tanis Tui.
Go ahead, Ms. Tui.
Hi there. Thanks for letting us come in from the comfort of our own home with our kids, presently cooking dinner. I reside at 64 William Street, which is right there at the dead end where, so I live right on the property line where the berm starts. And I realize I'm probably echoing what they're saying, but what I get is a lot of drainage, or what do you call it, flooding, when the ground gets super soaked with water and it can't take in anymore. It does already come in around the corner and into my backyard and things like that. And so my fear of them removing the beginning of that berm, and as it goes up, that I would get a lot more. We're at a lower level where we are on William Street, and my sump pump never stops, ever. We already have water problems, so I'm worried about that, and I'm also worried, of course, about the habitat. Like when I moved from Toronto up to Collingwood for trees and the way of life, the habitat that is living in those trees, and I realize some of them are probably trees that are invasive or whatever, but I've never thought I would become a birder at the age of 50. I thought that would be in my 80s. But my kids and I see so much wildlife that being connected to this environmental space of that property, like milk snakes and possums and owls and birds I've never seen before, and salamanders, and there's just so many different reasons to kind of look at the berm not just as a piece of property, but as an environmental thing that kids can play in. Because when COVID hit and they stopped kids from being able to play in the playground, the area in Lockhart Meadows has a beautiful stormwater that isn't, fenced off. And there are snapping turtles and there's fish. And they also were playing in the forest where we had, we rescued some owls that had fallen out of their nest. And it was amazing to see a community come together over nature and the amount of trillium. Like, I realize that money and dollars talk more, but the ability to maintain what we already have, instead of saying, oh, don't worry, we'll cut those trees down, but we'll plant some more later. No, that doesn't work. You're creating, the ecosystem is already there. And so I'm, again, not against development, because if you didn't develop my area, I wouldn't have this house. I wouldn't have this way of life. But we watched what the development did to the west of the walking trail and the south of Admiral School, and they just came in and cut all the trees down. And there's no longer this beautiful canopy of trees over the trail to the south of Admiral School where you can walk in the shade in the summer. It's now beating hot. And the canopy, we really have to protect it, and we have to pre-plan. And I'm sure the people that want to buy a house don't want to buy a house that was just, knock everything down and put this house up. They want the trees too, because everybody that backs onto the walking trail on Williams on the west side has amazing backyards. Everybody with the berm on Linden, we're relishing in this canopy that we have. And I really hope that we can work together with the developer to find a way to maintain it and get their amounts in, but also, keep the habitat and the environment. And yeah, I didn't think about what I wanted to say. I'm just really passionate about it. And thank you for listening.
Anyone else? Clerk Almas.
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have an individual participating by telephone that has their hand raised. If they press *6, They can unmute themselves and please state your name for the record and provide your comments. See that they are still mute. So the individual participating by telephone, press *6. Perfect. Should be.
Hi, this is
Yes.
Mark Crawford. Sorry, I didn't know I had to hit *6. I just wanted to give a shout out to the developer. We were giving out shout outs earlier. So thank you for considering an alternative to the berm situation. Obviously, there's a lot of people talking about the berm. So I look forward to something in writing in terms of what the plans are, and to echo what James said earlier, I'm hoping that there's no impact to my property, and I look forward to working with the developer to make sure that that doesn't happen. So thank you for that.
Address, please.
It's Mark Crawford at 14 Linden.
Right. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. We do have another individual, Jacqueline Maneri.
Go ahead, Jacqueline.
Hi, good evening. I'm a resident. I own property on 111 Kirby, right there at the end of the cul-de-sac. And I'm concerned with this potential road going through the trail at the cul-de-sac that we purchased on. Now, I know that the representative for Eden Oak commented that this was supposed to be a road through on the original plan, which I'm really shocked by, because when I purchased the property, it did not say a future road going through the trail. It said that there could be a future road going into the vacant lot on the other side of Kirby that would go through Day, but not this cul-de-sac. So I understand, like, everyone on Peel and Williams is also frustrated where there is actually a road allowance, but for us it's actually quite shocking, because we purchased a home with our young children thinking we're going to be living on a cul-de-sac that's going to be quiet and they can play, and now we see the developers pitching to have a road go right through the trail that we access constantly in an already very busy area, as was already mentioned from another resident on this street, with the school and the traffic and the construction and everything else that will come. So we're really hoping that the town and working with the developer will look at some alternatives to kind of keep these school zones and these community and family oriented neighborhoods that way. And I understand that these developers and these subdivisions bring a lot of money, and that is, important as well. But something that's been mentioned, like the making that bridge going to Raglan, the developer, of course, doesn't want to do that, because that would be very expensive to build an actual bridge that can be a road. And so I really just hope that everyone who's part of this file considers all these different things and how it's going to impact our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's everyone who's online. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Yes, go ahead.
Brett Plummer. I work on Raglan and walk the trails often around there. I'm a big fan of the green space and the walk-only trails and the medium density. I think that's a great idea. I hope that the medium density housing has good noise insulation between units. I think there could be even more green space in the north, especially like a connection to the Pretty River Trail. I think would be a great idea, like a single dwelling units 6 and 7. Could be a trail there and maybe some more green space. I think there's great opportunity here to allow kids to walk to Admiral School in a safe way. I would suggest that if we want to reduce the number of cars, which I think is a great idea, to give people more things they can do just by walking. I would suggest even maybe small bits of commercial, like a corner store. Give stuff that people can walk towards and make the neighborhood more interesting instead of all housing. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments to be brought forward? For the second time, I'm asking. And for the third time, any more comments to be brought forward? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring this part of the meeting to a conclusion. And I believe I saw is. Okay, so at this point, I'll ask if council would have any questions or wish to make any comments. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you very much, Mayor Hammond. So I'm very excited at the number of participants and the input that's been offered this evening. There's one question that I received by email that I would like just further clarity, either through to Senior Manager Ayers, regarding, I think it was previously described as Block 51 is now Block 49, described as the open space. And the question I received was clarity that does open space mean that the public will have access through that property directly to the river? That was the first question. And the other that has been addressed a bit, although not exactly, I don't think, as this person had requested, was with respect to the continuation of the trail on the west side parallel to the river, similar to what already exists. River Run and I believe Peel. So those were the two questions that they had. So I don't know if they can be answered now, but.
Manager Ayers, do you wish to address those now? Or do you want to hold all your comments to the end? Yeah, to the end. Some of them will overlap. Yes, Councillor Perry.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I was very pleased to see that in the plan that the river trail extension is running down by the river and hopefully run out and connect into the train trail. I will make a comment that I know there was talk about the temporary bridge, well, not temporary, but the bridge that's not in great shape right now. I would highly encourage the connection to be made to Raglan through the easement that is there. And we all know there's going to be development on the east side of Raglan, and I think it would make a great deal of sense to either refurbish the bridge that's there or build a new pedestrian bridge minimum. I know they were talking about, I know somebody mentioned the Army can put a bridge in less than 24 hours that can take a tank. So that would be a great option for construction. Once that's done, I would really like to see a bridge with a trail link through into that subdivision from Raglan. I think it would get well used as opposed to putting it in later on when it could be more expensive, when the option is there to do it now. And those are my comments.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Baines.
Just a comment, Your Worship, and then a question to Mr. Chisholm. The comment is I'm somewhat jealous as a councillor that both the mayor and the deputy mayor have had a tour. And having heard so much now, I myself would like to know a lot about and see it visually, particularly the history of the berm, the bridge, the walkway of trees evidently going to the residents there. But I'd like some of the backstory subsequent to this. But my question to Mr. Chisholm is an academic question, which is has the developer costed a replacement of that bridge such that could take trucks? I'm not commenting on the benefit of that one way or the other, but just wondering in your planning, have you at all costed a replacement of the bridge such that it could take heavy trucks? That's my question. Thank
Okay,
you.
we're going to get all the questions answered at the end to the extent there's answers. Deputy Mayor Fryer.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And really, I echo Councillor Jeffrey's comments about the amount of participation. It's really, really appreciated. And we all do know that it's in front of the OLT, but we'll be putting our comments in based on the information we're getting. And I'll just clarify for Councillor Baines that that happened during the election.
Oh.
So it was a case of where we were asked to come and during elections, you make sure you get over and you see your constituents. So, and I did appreciate the input because it made me very aware of the situation. So it helped when we were getting ready to look through the file. And I'll just echo again that I'd like to at least see us consider a permanent bridge linked to Raglan Street. Whatever those options are, and we can make our decisions based on whatever hurdles are there. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments around the table or questions? No? I'll just say also thank you so much, everyone, for coming. I actually did my tour, Councillor Baines, Easter weekend last year. It was a nice day, too. It's worth going. Because I think everything that you've raised are important questions. I know a lot of changes have been made already to this plan, so you've given lots more food for thought. I'm somewhat concerned about the trail, the road over the trail, because in my experience, that is a very busy part of the trail. I know that sometimes when I've walked my dog along there on the weekends, I've given up and gone home because there's so many families on bikes. It's not safe for my dog. So I just asked staff to have a close look at that. Of course, there will be a major park developed on the west side of that trail as part of the Eden Oak subdivision on the west side. That's going to be a major attraction, presumably with tennis courts and all kinds of things. And of course, it goes without saying that the Admiral School's there as well. So I just want to make sure whatever happens there, that it's a safe way and we keep our kids and families safe for crossing there. And I certainly would not be opposed to an access out to Raglan. Okay, so with that, I'll just ask staff and the applicant, would staff like to address some of these concerns that perhaps they're able to this evening? Oh, I'm looking the wrong way. Yes, thank you.
I'm Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I've
It's,
forgotten.
hard to get used to the other guy being staff.
You're sitting in the wrong place.
Yeah, that's right. I will just say that I have 12 pages of notes and 9 big questions that I want to put to the applicant, and as well as other staff here at the municipality. I know that there was a question. Mr. Roper was asking a question about the floodplain, and I just thought I'd answer that because they have done individual studies on where the floodplain is according to the new mapping, and the Conservation Authority has reviewed it and approved it. So that the broad brush floodplain mapping that you would find on the internet is outdated and very general, and the more detailed mapping that you see on the development plans has been reviewed along with the technical studies by the Conservation Authority. So that would be the official floodplain as determined, if I can deal with that. I think that I answered that question just so that people can rest. Great questions about the berm. I was out looking at it today and wondering how the heck it ever got there.
Yeah.
And I know I had talked to Mr. Roper earlier in December about the trees that are there. And after looking at them, I'm a bit of a tree guy. I'm going to have a greater look at the arborist report that we had and make as much information available to the public as we go through this process as we can so that we can answer questions as they come up and move forward from there. So thank you very much.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Diamond. That's helpful. Mr. Chisholm, did you wish to say anything more this evening?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I know it's been a long evening this evening. I'd like to thank members of council and the public for all the comments. We received a lot of feedback, concerns from landowners to the north, west, and south. So there's different considerations from that perspective. Can certainly take your request, Councillor Baines, back to our client to see if we can arrange a time for if any other councillors are interested in walking the site. Similar to Mr. Diamond, I took pages upon pages of notes here. I don't have the answer to everything off the top of my head, and we have a wide team of different consultants with different areas of expertise behind us. So certainly going to take comments back and work on getting consolidated and detailed responses back to council and town staff as part of this exercise. So, thank
Okay,
you.
well, thank you for saying that and for listening this evening. So this is the end of the public meeting section of our agenda. You're certainly welcome to stay, but if you want to be awake for the rest of the evening, you're also welcome to leave now.
Do you remember? That was all students back in there.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to know the history of that.
Yeah,
That was a huge
Yeah.
firm.
Yeah.
It used to be a golf course.
Yeah.
Oh,
On the
really?
north side of that burn.
I lived on the 9th tee on Brock Crescent, 46 Brock at the golf course there. And I used to snowmobile over all those.
All sand dunes.
Yeah, all sand dunes. Yeah. You know, you're too old when you used to
How long ago
snowmobile
was
over
that,
those.
though?
Okay.
Yeah, well, we.
Oh, we still have a lot of
They started
go
going
through.
We'd be after that, but we'd be
Well,
probably in our in the 70s.
I went to college on Brock.
Brock was already there by then, yeah.
Yeah.
Wanna bet
So
again?
it would be
Part
in
of the golf
70s
course,
probably.
yeah, for sure.
But
Yeah,
we go
'cause it was
behind
72
10
that I was
pins in it.
to college, I think, 71, 72.
60s. Golf course hasn't been there. I don't think I was even.
Okay, we're just talking
I
history.
started high school.
Oh, no, thank you.
Probably late 60s. when they started.
No, just, if you call up the next,
Okay.
CCAT, I think that'll.
The next matter on the agenda is item 9, and we're going to have a presentation from the Collingwood Climate Action Team. If you'd like to come forward now.
Oh, God, I know.
You can put the presentation up. Good evening, Madam Mayor, councillors, and staff. And thank you for the opportunity to be on your agenda this evening. My name is Brian Vermander, and I am a co-founder of CCAT and on the board of directors, and I am director of special projects. Put my presentation up. I'll wait for that. I believe I have 10 minutes, so I'll hopefully stick
Yes.
to that or less. If these first 30 seconds don't count.
No. We'll wait till your presentation's up.
And next slide, please. Start my clock. So further to our letter of last fall, near the end of October, we sent it into the new mayor and the councillors at that time. We'd like to take this opportunity to provide an update, especially to the new councillors. So today I'll have a brief update on CCAT, Collingwood Climate Action Team, our premier challenge right now, which is the Carbon Footprint Challenge, and a few comments, a few thoughts on climate lens process and tools. Next slide, please. So to start with, just a refresher on our mission, vision, values. I'll just cover the mission statement. And that's to reduce our carbon footprint working with local communities. The other two are self-explanatory, you can read those. A point of clarification for communities in all of these is the fact that there are basically 3 primary sections for a community. That's the citizens and residents, and that's the municipality, and that's our businesses. So all 3 pieces make up what we're looking at from a climate action point of view. So next slide, please. CCAT was formed in the fall of 2019, concurrent with the town's declaration of a climate emergency.
So we both put a stake in the ground just over 3 years ago. We're a volunteer-based organization. We have a board of 7 members. Our mailing list is over 500 people, and we have 6 active subgroups. And we've just hired our part-time first contract resource as well. The 6 subgroups that we have are energy, transportation, consumption and waste, climate conversations, food and agriculture, and community engagement. We are now a registered charitable not-for-profit, and we've done a fair number of activities and events over the last 3 years. And as I mentioned, our premier campaign is the Carbon Footprint Challenge. More recently, though, we've added and it was referred to earlier, to our climate cafes. Deputy Mayor Fryer mentioned that. That's the next one is tomorrow night. These have been a great success so far. What's interesting about them is that they're not about actions. They're about how people feel. We discuss your feelings about climate and ecological crisis. So people come thinking, well, let's talk about actions and policy, but it's kind of like, no, let's back off that and talk about how you feel about the situation. So next slide, please. With respect to the challenge, we partnered with an organization called Project Neutral. They provide the calculator to help determine your carbon footprint. We initially approached the startup of this campaign by promoting participants to form teams to embark together on their carbon reduction journey by being able to measure, act, and connect in groups and with each other as opposed to individuals. So far, the results to date, we have 34 teams, and you can see it from a variety of areas, neighborhoods, the hospital, town staff, the green team, and council, which I will come back to in a moment. We have expanded from just the Collingwood area and now basically considered South Georgian Bay. So we're actually collecting data in 8 regional municipalities, of which the majority are from Collingwood, which is that next bullet. So of the participants to date, 48.5% are from Collingwood. We've delivered team workshops to some of those teams, and we continue to do so. Our next major stages, 2 of them, the first 2 bullets, is we want to complete our target of 400 households. That was a target just for Collingwood. We've completed about 300 and some, and 48.5% of that's Collingwood. The difference between where we are today and the 400 is a statistical confidence level, well, on a margin of error. So actually what we've got to date is more than adequate, but we really would like to up the number for Collingwood. And the big thing for us then is at the end of this first quarter, we're also going to set a baseline for what all of the regions have. So over the last year and a few months, we'll put a stake in the ground and say that's our average household carbon footprint that we will be able to measure from at the end of March going forward, where people will continue to take actions, continue to do measurements, and we'll see where we go over the next few years. So once we set a baseline in March, we'll make a comprehensive presentation to the town with the results. Next slide, please. So far, the results just for Collingwood, our overall footprint is about 24 tons. This is based on a household and a household size of 2.8 people. So we'll round it up to 3 people. The results are presented in the 8 areas that are on the pie chart. And in this case, from rank order from highest to lowest, as you can see, is food, energy, travel, transportation, and waste. And I'd like you to make a note of the home energy one, which is over 5 tons, because I'm going to come back to that a little bit later. So you ask, is 24 tons large or small? Relative to the other 7 regions we have collected data in so far, this is actually the highest. Also, you may already know that Canada has one of the highest per capita carbon footprints in the world. Our target reduction for each household is to reduce their footprint by 50% in 2030. Is this achievable? Yes, it is. The average household footprint, in consultation with Project Neutral, is that we expect that on the average household in Ontario, most people should be able to get down to 10 to 12 tons per year. My personal example is about 3 years ago, we were somewhere around 16 to 18 tons per year. And that was with a rural house already on ground source geothermal. And we are today at about 8 to 10 tons per year. So how did we do that? We did it in 3 areas. First, we bought an electrical vehicle. We don't travel, and we adjusted our food habits. And that's how we dropped from 16 to 18 to 8 to 10 tons. So it is doable. Next slide, please. Moving on to the third item to look at is I might be preaching to the choir here, since several municipalities subsequent to declaring a climate emergency have incorporated the use of a climate lens and tool, including Infrastructure Canada. So after doing some research, I thought I would share some thoughts on the reference to climate lens and a tool, because that's what everybody refers to. Why aren't you using a climate lens? You've got a climate emergency. And so it's kind of like, oh, well, what the heck is it? So what is it? It's a summary. In summary, it's about climate change, adaptation, and mitigation, incorporating a defined process whereby everyone applies a tool, which can be simply a set of questions. It's kind of like developing a decision tree in how we review and analyze initiatives and projects that are underway. And we're suggesting that it be done for all activities, all initiatives. It essentially covers both what are the GHG emissions of an undertaking, as well as the potential risk and resilience to climate change of that same undertaking. The 3 points on this slide are quotes from a 2-page municipal climate lens briefing document prepared by Clean Air Partnerships, which I have referenced on the last slide. I would highly recommend you have a good look. It's only 2 pages, and it really is a really good briefing on climate lens and a tool. Next slide, please. So the key message here to the concept of a climate lens is that it's used for everything. It becomes a new culture. As in the previous slide, it encouraged behavioral change. Existing infrastructure is there, and we're collectively both working on it. We're doing the footprint challenge with the carbon footprint. You're looking at existing lighting, existing infrastructure, new transportation, new vehicles. So we're doing it, and we're recommending that we get a little bit more rigorous climate lens to do that. What's more important is the decision-making and control we have on what's coming. As just one example, and after the fact, trying to change existing home energy from gas to, for example, heat pumps is a lot harder than not having gas installed in the first place. Remember that household energy value of over 5 tons, which was 23% of the total? Well, you can do the math. On a subdivision or business basis, that adds up to a large footprint we can do something about. I've highlighted 2 very visible projects at the bottom of this slide that are very early in their development life. It would be nice to see these and other initiatives in the development pipeline managed with an established climate lens. I also added and scribbled in, since we just did eating yolks, that we should be including that as well from what we heard earlier. A climate lens process and tool would address a lot of the issues and concerns that you heard about this evening. Next slide, please. And finally, the ask is that we reboot the council team, and not to put Councillor Doherty on the spot, but I believe you were the team lead, and hopefully still will be, is that we get you all to do your footprint. You're probably wondering, how do we do that? We'll provide Councillor Doherty and or yourselves with the appropriate information for you to go ahead and do it. 5 minutes to do it online to get the simple answer, and then you can take 10, 15 minutes some other time to get a more detailed information. So we'll send that information in to you to help you do that. The second item is to educate yourselves, if you haven't already, on a climate lens process and tool, and apply it as soon as possible. And the third one is that we're going to be offering some future briefings in a smaller group context that will allow an opportunity for more detailed discussion and questions and answers from you. Next slide, please. This is the last slide where I've got 5 references. So in the actual presentation, those are links. The first one at the top is the Clean Air Partnership 2-page document that I referenced, which I would highly recommend you looked at. The second one is actually from Infrastructure Canada. The third one is from the City of Victoria, what they've started 3 or 4 years ago, which is pretty fascinating. And the fourth one is another document from Infrastructure Canada. Both of the Infrastructure Canada documents are actually really, really informative. And the last one is from the City of London. It's a really good presentation. They did a climate emergency declaration in 2019 and have actively pursued a climate process and tool, and have in that presentation shown some initiatives that were curtailed and literally stopped because of the way they looked at them through the climate lens. And no time to go into them tonight, but it's worth a really good reference. So I thought you would be, depending where you are in your climate lens knowledge, that'd be helpful for you to have a look at. Again, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for coming this evening. Item 10 on the agenda are the updates we're going to receive from CEO Skinner, 10.1 on the water capacity and land use planning study, and 10.2 on the Poplar Health and Wellness Village. So I'll just turn it over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two brief updates. While the first one does have a deck, which I will go through very quickly, I'll just make note that if it goes by too quickly, the presentations are posted in the agenda. If one went back and looked in iCompass, anyone from the public can read the entire decks. So I'll just wait until the presentation is. Actually, what I'll do is I'll start the second update first, if that's okay with
Yes,
you, and
go
then
ahead.
flip back to the presentation. We were asked by Council through a resolution to provide monthly updates to Council and the public on the Poplar Health and Wellness Village Ministerial Zoning Order and Agreement. So people are probably aware that the Minister has endorsed the Ministerial Zoning Order, which does change the zoning to a mixed-use approach that does support the vision communicated to Council and the public previously. There remains an agreement under negotiation that will further ensure that the proposed vision is delivered, including how the developer and owner will work with Council should there be updates to that vision over time as it gets further developed, among other items. Council has designated the mayor and deputy mayor to lead this negotiation from the town side with the support of staff. To that end, the DEPUTATIONS development folks, Live, Work, Learn, Play, and their consultants were hosted by Mayor Hamlin and Deputy Mayor Fryer, myself, Director Valentine, our planning director, and our legal counsel on January the 11th. And we were able to work out several items and note others for future proposals or discussion. All of the comments and schedules that the town committed to provide have now been provided to the DEPUTATIONS and Live, Work, Learn, Play group, and it's in their hands. They wanted to look things over and then suggest a date for the next meeting. So they haven't proposed that yet, but we're just awaiting that to come in the next few days or so. The team itself does remain encouraged by the vision and how this could potentially complement a new hospital, provide innovative jobs, community spaces, and more. So in summary, the agreement finalization is actively underway. A final date for a proposed agreement being provided to Council, however, is not yet known, but is active. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's your
All right,
deck.
so I have a very brief update. The next slide when you get there, Robin, please. So there's a resolution as well. Council asked us to update monthly folks on a number of items. Next slide. The situation hasn't changed. One thing I just wanted to dispel a myth. Many people around town, when I talk to them, talk about there not being water. There is water. But Council was presented with a dilemma of not enough water if we continued at the current pace. So a number of things have been put in place such that the water that we do have is well allocated over the next years until the new expanded plant capacity is in place. So I wanted to dispel that myth as many times and in as many forums as possible. Next slide, please. So first we did the land use planning pieces. First we're talking about the land use planning pieces. Next slide. There's three pieces, really four that are taking place. a zoning bylaw amendment, an allocation policy, and an official plan policy, and then, of course, the repeal of the interim control bylaw, which I think of as the fourth piece. Next slide, please. There are 2 remaining appeals so that the zoning bylaw amendment can be put in place. This is a bylaw amendment that talks about there being capacity available prior to the issuing of a building permit, which is a very important thing for there to be in place before someone starts building. Next slide, please. With the interim control bylaw, what that does is it says that everybody's treated the same. In an interim control bylaw said that you are not allowed to build and connect to services during the portion of the interim bylaw unless you have an exemption. So the most important thing today, and there have been many exemptions granted by council, looking through, if I can use a word from the last presentation, a lens that considers community values. Most important date today is here on this slide in red. The short-term exemption program was approved by council in December. The first intake is now open with a February 10th deadline. So people who are proposing larger developments, their exemptions will be considered in the planning process. But if you have an infill lot, a single building, something of that type, you definitely want to take a look at the Engage page and or talk to our customer service folks, and they can let you know if you need to do an application to build this year. Next slide, please. The exempted projects, we have exempted, the council has exempted just over 1,000 single development units. Of that, 267 SDUs, folks have not yet applied for building permits. However, about 71% by my calculations earlier were either applied for or in progress. So there is some water. Once the interim control bylaw is lifted, some of those allocations will start to expire. So if they're not used, they will be available for other folks moving forward in the community. Next slide, please. With respect to the plant, next slide. The big next exciting thing is we're anticipating the 90% design completion for the plant itself in early February. And there will be in March a report to council tracking services. So that's both drinking water and wastewater plants and services and how much capacity remains. Next slide. This is the same slide we've been presenting all along, and I'm absolutely encouraged by the amount of dark blue that is on this slide as we walk through, still on track for the delivery of the plant. I'd mentioned the 90% design. We'd moved it to winter some months ago, so we are targeting that February timeframe for the 90% design. In the advanced UV disinfection is also going very well. We're getting very close to commissioning. The equipment's in place now. It's just about making some of the final arrangements. Next slide. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of CO Skinner at this point? Yes, Councillor Baines.
I saw listed in red February 10th deadline for this, I'm not sure what you would call it, application period for the SCAP. Will there be subsequent dates throughout 2023? Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Through your worship to Councillor Baines. There is a proposal for a second intake that would occur later in the year. That was part of the original proposal to council. So depending on the amount left in the allocation that council had agreed to put forward in 2023 and any adjustments you might make to that as part of the report you'll receive in March, there would be other opportunities. In a best case scenario as well, the interim control bylaw will actually be removed or repealed. And in that case, we'd no longer have to go through council would no longer have to approve exemptions to the interim control bylaw, and things could come forward in a much more timely manner. And I did neglect to mention that the SCAP, the Services Capacity Allocation Policy itself, recently had a public comment period, and that will be coming back to Council next Monday for you to take another look at how you would allocate water continuing forward.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, the next item on our agenda is number 12. There are 3 meetings that we've had as standing committees, and they are now before council to approve the recommendations made at each meeting or to change them. The first one, 12.1, and I'll read in the motion that council receive the Corporate and Community Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held January 9, 2023, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Ring and Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. Any comments on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. 12.2, the motion reads that Councillor Jeffrey declared early on that she had a conflict as to 2 matters, which we'll deal with separately.
Right.
So we'll deal with what we'll deal with first is I'm going to read what's here. Do you want to leave first, maybe? And then we'll just deal with your 2 items?
Items, sure.
Yeah.
That works.
Okay, so Councillor Jeffrey's is now leaving the council chambers. So there are 2 items in particular. I don't know, are these pages? Or I just have to identify how best this is done here. Do you know? Yeah, Clerk Almas is just going to identify the 2 provisions, one with respect to Cameron and one with respect to the mountain road widening.
That is correct, Your Worship. And Councillor Jeffrey has filed already the notice for conflict of interest declarations, and it is posted on our website. But specifically, it was referencing during the budget conversations and the other matters. And what was identified was 9.3.0.f and 9.3.8.8.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so what we'll do is the motion is that council receive the Strategic Initiatives Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held January 9, 2023, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report with respect to 9.3.0F, having to do with Cameron Street, and 9.3.8.8, having to do with Mountain Road widening. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Baines. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Councillor Jeffrey, you could return. Thank you. So what we'll do now is I'll read this in again, but excluding those items with respect to the draft budget. And the motion would read as follows. The council receive the Strategic Initiative Services Standing Committee report from its meeting held January 9, 2023, and hereby approve the recommendations except as to 9.3.0F, Free Cameron Street, and 9.3.8.8, Mountain Road widening. Contained within the report as presented, and this is T 2023-01, budget draft number 3, that staff prepared draft number 4 of the budget for the January 16, 2023 special strategic initiatives meeting, T 2023-02, 2023 budget preliminary approvals request, that the list of 2023 preliminary budget approvals be authorized to proceed prior to the passing of the 2023 budget, and that council receives staff report C-2023-01 with respect to all the actions implemented during the 2022 municipal election that enhanced accessibility for information purposes as required within the Municipal Act. And can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Councillor Potts and Councillor Doherty. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments with respect to this? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And the last one is that Council received the Special Strategic Initiative Standing Committee report from its meeting held January 16, 2023, and hereby approve the recommendations contained within the report as presented. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Doherty, Councillor Baines, thank you. Any comments? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. There are no staff reports tonight, so we'll move into the motions. The first motion is 14.1. And Councillor Houston, would you like to read in your motion?
Sure.
Thank you.
Whereas the subsidy provided by the town for a private business to provide taxi-based 24/7 door-to-door accessible transit services to riders who also paid the full taxi fare has expired, and whereas the town of Collingwood has implemented Transit Plus specialized service to provide door-to-door accessible service for the same transit fares and hours of service of 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. as conventional transit service with pre-booking required to confirm availability. And whereas the town's fully accessible conventional transit fleet will transition to an on-demand service model for evenings and weekends in March 2023 based upon physical bus stops, and the town's accessible door-to-door service, Transit Plus, will continue to operate its current level of service and hours with a transition to web and app-based booking in the third quarter of 2023. And whereas people requiring accessible transportation through the conventional bus have articulated that traveling to a bus stop for on-demand transit, as well as not being able to travel without pre-booking or after 9 p.m. reduces their enjoyment of life and ability to access services and events after 9 p.m. Therefore, be it resolved that Council directs staff to engage in discussions with the town's transit and Transit Plus service provider, Landmark Sinton, to assess opportunities to extend services further into the evening for transit and Transit Plus in consultation with the Accessible Advisory Committee, and report back to Standing Committee the findings of the discussions, including budget impacts.
Thank you. And would you have a seconder for your motion? Councillor Potts, thank you. Now, as you have noticed on the agenda, there's some additional information staff has been able to obtain since this notice was given to Council. And who would be providing that information? Director Slama, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. So we do have online transit coordinator, Chris Wisniak, and Chris will provide some information that he has been able to collect over the last week to Council and the public.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Coordinator Wisniak.
Thank you for having me. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. It looks like the host has blocked me from video, so you may not be able to see me. So I will carry on until we can figure that out. So what I wanted to do, I know that CAO Skinner provided an operational update last Friday, including a memo that I had put together regarding potential costs associated with extending transit services. And I also included a few other items and some history based upon our previous hours of service increase, which I hope helped this new council get a little bit of a background as to where we've been with our extensions of service in the past. I don't want to go through too much with you this evening because I know you still have a lot on the agenda and it's been a long night so far. So what I'd like to do is just slowly go through a couple of the items in the motion as I've broke out into my speaking notes for this evening. So the ACE cab service as of last week is no longer in service. our accessible community provided their deputation at last week's Development and Operations Committee, outlining their concern for the lack of service after 9 p.m. And as well as the ability to book, I don't want to use on demand, but book immediately for service. So we have implemented fully Transit Plus in the municipality, as well as Wasaga Beach and Clearview. I wanted to let council know that the service is doing very, very well. Our ridership is extremely high, much higher than anticipated. And that is mainly during the peak hours of the day. So between the 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. times. These are addressing medical appointments, day programs, dialysis. Those are our three major uses of this bus at this point. So as we move into the evening hours on Transit Plus between 6 and 9 p.m., speaking with our operator, Landmark, they have seen little to no ridership in these evening hours. So we have extended this accessible service to 9 p.m. As part of this rollout, but we're not seeing a large use of it. Now, typically, when we've seen requests for transit service hour increases, we would see an increase or demand of ridership in these evening hours. So I just wanted to provide those somewhat key considerations for council to keep in mind when we're looking at the costs that I provided in the memo. For specialized, every hour of service that we run later comes at a cost of approximately $15,000 annually, that is. So if we go from 9 till 10, in a year, it would cost us $15,000. And if we go from 9 to 11, cost $30,000. The problem with these types of extensions is that if we do one, we are almost obligated to do both accessible and both transit. Because if we did it for conventional, we would have to do it for accessible. I think that we would see that if we extended the accessible, I think there would be members of the community who work later in the night that would also want the conventional transit extended into the night. So in the table that I provided in the memo, extending hours with all transit services tends to come out around $80,000 per hour per year. That's including fuel, but we also have other considerations with extension of hours. I've already had conversations with Landmark about the possibility of extending hours. You know, the short answer is yes, it can be done. The longer answer is at what cost to the taxpayer and what cost to our vehicle life cycle and vehicle maintenance. One of the bigger issues that came up is that for a lot of our buses, we are already running them at 14 to 15 hour days. Those nighttime hours are generally our maintenance time and the downtime for those buses. So I would say at this point, we may have the capacity to do some extensions, but for a full extension, I think there may be may compromise the resiliency of our fleet. And we would also require some time to look at hiring new staff because we would be adding another shift. And that's coming from the operation line from Landmark. So to conclude with the actual extension, you know, it is possible, but I think it would be something that would take a little bit of time. And that would be with our staff working with Landmark directly to provide those extensions. So now how we move forward with what type of extension, the options I provided in that table in the memo distributed last week would outline what our costs would be. Some additional costs to consider are, you know, do we keep the transit terminal open later at night? Do we need security services later at night? All these other incidental costs that come on top of these extensions we have to consider. So at the last meeting, I was asked to look at funding opportunities. Currently, there are no funding opportunities available. Oh, there's my video back. There are no funding opportunities available for operational projects, so to offset an operational cost. The town's currently involved with 4 government-funded grants and programs related to transit. So we are under the ICIP, which is the Infrastructure Canada Improvement Plan. We have $4.5 million over 9 years to use for capital assets only. So that is part of our bus replacement plan so that's a 9-year program, which runs from 2019 to 2028. We just got approved, and I don't think that we have let council know this one yet, for the Rural Transportation Solutions Fund grant, which will be covering 80% cost of our on-demand implementation and hardware costs, up to $150,000. We have also received funding through the Zero Emission Transit Fund, which will be covering 80% of up to $80,000 for the battery electric bus feasibility study. And we do have our provincial gas tax program, which we apply to offset all of our operations costs for transit. And this is an annual program rolled out by the Ministry of Transportation. And we get between $250,000, I think, to about $300,000 annually, which the municipality uses to offset the total operational costs. So it's a revenue line item in our budget. So to be short, we do have the ability to extend, but we need to look at what the costs are to the budget, the fleet, our physical structure, so the terminal operation costs and the cleaning program we have there, security, as well as our greenhouse gas footprint, with the increase of depending on how far we go with the implementation, there could be an extra effect from that as well. So I did have a couple other items that I wanted to look at here. Transit Plus, again, I had mentioned earlier on that our later hours between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., which we're currently operating and staffing, is not seeing a lot of ridership. I would really like to see that ridership improve. I think that we need to work at encouraging everyone who had used the accessible cab to be pre-registering for this service. I was just at the Accessibility Advisory Committee on last Thursday. One of the recommendations that I took out of there had to deal with simplifying the registration process. So eliminating a doctor's note and providing just information of what the disability is so that we can streamline riders to get access onto Transit Plus. And again, the service is available on weekends and evenings. So the phone number for Landmark can be found on our website. And it goes directly to an operator who can book you in. I met with Landmark at a weekly meeting last week, and we can accommodate immediate rides when we don't have full bookings. So between 6 and 9 right now, we can be doing that. So providing, some people say on demand, but I would like to say an immediate call, similar to what a taxi service would be. So we call up the number, say I'm at this and this address, and the van will be there in 20 minutes. So we can do that currently. Our weekend ridership is not that, hasn't grown yet because it's still a new service. We have the ability to do same day rides there. So this is all good news, and these are great opportunities for our riders to start to utilize. So I would encourage, again, all riders to be registered for the service, so when they need it, that they're able to make the call and use the service. And again, at the AAC meeting last Thursday, there was a lot of good feedback. The cost of the service is a big change from what the taxi cab service would be. A $2 ride versus a $35 ride within town is a big difference for somebody. So these are some good things that we're taking out of Transit Plus. The perceived shortfall in services relates to a private entity, which is taxi cabs. It's not the town that has reduced their service level. As a municipality who abides by the integrated accessibility standards, when we were providing that, we were exceeding the AODA standard over and above. And right now we are at the AODA standard. So I know it's not the best situation, but I think that as we continue to evaluate the way that this is becoming implemented and it starts to garner some new riders, I think we'll start to see a little bit of a change. And we have to also consider, any big changes to hours of service on the whole right now may affect our on-demand strategy implementation. We're working right in the technical aspect of doing the programming and routing for our current service structure and service hours. I wouldn't want to go over and above and say we're going to extend it right now while we're in the middle of this, because another good outcome of the implementation of the on-demand is to see how we may be able to utilize transit vehicles for accessible service, accessible vehicles for transit service. So what I'm talking about there is that if we're running an on-demand later in the evening and we're seeing an average of 4 riders per night, we may not have to have a full-size transit bus out there. We could have a Dodge ProMaster, which we use for accessibility out there, that may be able to move those 4 people around, which could also pick up a wheelchair. So we have a really good chance at utilizing a more efficient system. And these are all things that our new provider for the on-demand platform I'm learning these things. On-demand, as it came from our consultant, was a generalized recommendation. And my on-demand provider put it, if you have a conceptual architect providing a design for your home, and then you go to the engineer and the builder, there are 2 different things there. So we're learning a lot more. And in my opinion, I would like to see on-demand be given a really solid chance to be able to show an efficient way of managing both services, which will, I think, reduce fuel and operation costs without having to go to a full extension of hours of service. But I'm more than happy to answer any questions. And I just wanted to make sure that all the information that goes on in the background, council was aware of before any further decisions were made.
Okay, well, thank you for making those inquiries and providing that information to us. Would anyone have any questions? Yes, go ahead, Councillor Baines.
Through you, Your Worship, to Mr. Woziak, thank you for your flexibility and obvious passion in trying to make this process work. Can you remind me, in all of these discussions, did ACE Cabs basically say they're not interested from 9 to 1 to do any accessibility pickups?
For the evening hours, I did put a feeler out there. I don't think that it's financially viable to just operate accessible cabs for between 2 and 4 hours in the evening, and that's I think that's their business decision. But no, the feeler was put out, but I don't think that that will be an option moving forward.
That option is sort of off the table as a tool in our toolbox to try and respond for this short-term accessibility gap that we have.
I would say so, yes.
For that, I really don't have any follow-up.
Councillor Jeffrey.
So thank you very much, Mayor Hamlin, and through to Coordinator Wisniak. Chris, I'm assuming the urgency for having all this information in front of us this evening, because I think the request was for staff to go and investigate it, was the potential for the budget impacts. And that's probably why we're receiving all this information this evening. That correctly? I see you nodding. So I guess there was another example we received just in the last couple of days, and it's with regard to wheelchair patients being released from hospital who require transfers in a reasonable time but can't access our system to, it might be a 6-hour wait in the hospital after the hospital has released them, and at a significant cost of maybe $162 for the ride. So I know we have some of these gaps within the system that we're trying to address, and so I think you're giving us maybe some sage advice in going forward and giving the system we're going to try a chance. But it is difficult understanding that there are these gaps. And I think the other question I heard someone around the table maybe ask after our last meeting discussing this was the idea of the town having its own private AXI or private service where we hired someone to run that business, and that would be a lot more cost effective than $80,000 an hour for whatever over the year, if you could provide it, just on the understanding that that provider was going to go from 9 p.m. until the morning, and that's what they were going to cover based on a wage or business operation. So anyway, I do think that, subject to what I hear from others, that we do need to be patient and try to give this a chance and find opportunities wherever we can. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of Coordinator Wisniak? Yes, Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, so the estimated costs that you laid out, that's to extend the transit full time, correct? Not just I try not to use on demand, but so after 5, that would be extending it like full time service, buses operating. Is that correct?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councillor Houston, yes, it would be extending all of it. And that's, again, the options go from 9 o'clock to 1 a.m. So again, when I'm putting those options together, I'm trying to look at our historical trends of what we've done. And the main reason why we did our last extension was to provide uniform service across several municipalities so that everybody's kind of operating on the same playing field and people can coordinate getting to places along the line. And these are things that, and again, we're looking at it from the municipality of Collingwood right now, but we also don't know how that may affect somebody who's traveling from Blue Mountain who's trying to get to Wasaga Beach in the evening. So there are a couple things at play, but again, the numbers that I provided are based upon our contract cost and fuel, and the total number at the bottom outlines the cost for those respective timelines.
Are we able to, did you look at the costs for, I'm just seeing this now, because you were in your report, it says that the after hours was essentially on demand because of the capacity. It wasn't heavily used, so people were able to book relatively recent. I'm just wondering about what kind of a cost impact would be involved if it was just to continue on that basis versus actually operating like on a more on demand basis versus operating full time.
Through the mayor to Councillor Houston, are you talking about during the current hours of service or extension?
From the 9 p.m. onward.
Okay, so if we were to operate, and it all depends on what time we're going to be going till, we could operate one bus for the accessible service and have that be, let's call it on demand, but more of a taxi type booking, not the taxi cost. Again, I just wanted to provide the information that when we're providing service to one, we should be providing service to another. So if we extend accessible transit, why aren't we extending conventional transit? Because when we extend accessible, somebody who's working at Home Depot or Walmart are saying, how come somebody else has transit service for $2 till 11 and we don't have normal transit service till 11. We only have it till 10. So that's why I added all 3 systems into the lines. But again, it's something that we can consider. You know, there are some options too. One of the items I had spoke with Director Slama and CEO Skinner was about the potential of purchasing the vehicles off of Ace Cabs at a low rate, and we're operating smaller vehicles. We may see some reduced costs, but we may be able to use vehicles like that as, you know, we have our pre-bookers who have all their, you know, 2 weeks of service booked, but the people who need to call in, a van can go out and do that. And we are actually doing that right now. With Landmark has numerous vans at their yard, not all not accessible, but just vans. But not everybody who uses the accessible transit requires a wheelchair, right? So where we can utilize, we're utilizing one of their vans to be able to run out and do a quick, immediate call. So I think that, and again, you know, this is in its first month of startup. I think that if we give it a little bit of time and we can work out some of the finer tuning of it, I think we can start to work at achieving the needs of these more demand specific calls. But again, I think we should be prepared for an increase of cost if that's the way it's going to go.
Yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate the detailed report on that. My biggest concern is just the gap that we're going to experience right now with the absence of ACE cabs. I know that you did have the option here to extend it annually, but what you're saying is they have no interest or intention of offering that. Is that correct?
Councilor or Coordinator Wisniak, yeah.
Through the mayor to Councillor Houston, we have been operating on these semi-asked extensions for a number of months. I would think that ACE cabs would appreciate something that would be more permanent, as to go on an ad hoc basis of we might want it this month, but we may not want it. And I appreciate that concern. I think the more we ask, we have to be prepared to offer something that might be, you know, a longer term extension. But from my feeling right now, anything that's not going to be within the realm of what we were currently paying would not be considered.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Doherty. Oh, and sorry, just before you speak, Deputy Mayor Friars just excused himself from the council chambers due to a conflict because of the discussion around ACE cabs. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you to, I guess actually to Mr. Wisniak and also to Councillor Houston, when we had our presentation from our accessible transit users, I was hearing actually 2 concerns from those folks. Number one was service past 9 p.m. But number 2 was the fact that it needed to be pre-booked up to 3 days in advance. And so it seems to me that, and based on usership, especially right now, between the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m., that part of our priority, part of this motion should also be to explore the ability to offer a more immediate service during the day. And in fact, based on the usership that you have alluded to, that in fact may satisfy more needs more quickly than an extension after 9 p.m. And I'm wondering if Councillor Houston will be continuing to pursue this motion if that can be part of the investigation. What we can do, you have just already alluded to the fact that we could perhaps to provide more immediate service, that we could utilize some of Landmark's vehicles that they have on site, smaller vehicles, on a won't say entirely ad hoc, but let's say shorter notice basis than what we're doing right now. And I'm going to assume also at less cost than providing 2 buses in operation at all times to provide a more immediate or on-demand service.
Through
Coordinator Wisniak. Yep.
through the mayor to Councillor Doherty, that is what I envision it looking like, exactly like that. Because our hours of service in the early morning are low, we can look at reducing 2 buses to 1. Because the evening service is very low, we can reduce 2 buses to 1 and maybe fill those hours in with a 3rd bus midday to help get those demand bookings that we need in the middle of the day when we've got full bookings for other things. I think that's going to be the best approach. But again, I want to see where it's so hard with it just starting out, and we have all these new riders using the service, which is, it's a really good thing because it's always great to see transit busy. So, you know, I think the opportunity to utilize a 3rd vehicle to help do those demand bookings. I don't know at this point how much it's going to affect the contract cost, because I think it's more of a volume-based item. And I know that they have a lot of staff on hand midday. So I think that's something I can look at negotiating with Landmark as to how we can provide those services within our, you know, our existing pre-planned annual hours that we put in our contract. But I think that's something we could explore as well.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Councillor Ring.
Just quickly, the motion that's before us isn't making it a final decision tonight. It's still go for staff to take this back and come back with something to answer some of these questions. And I think it sounds like we might have some solutions that we weren't aware of. But I think a full report is in order, and I would find it. I personally, if we go to the full service, this is my own opinion, I'd have a hard time supporting a full service with every bus, because the ridership is down, and the cost of a full service, it's I don't think we could make that up, but I could certainly support some of the options of the accessible transit, especially if we can cut down the waiting time and availability from 3 days to a few hours or even whatever. It certainly would make some sense. It might cost a little bit of money, but you know what? I think we've got to look after at least that part of our population.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mayor Hammond. So I'm wondering if the motion could be amended to, because I know this evening were budget impacts potentially for 2023. If the motion could be amended to report back to Standing Committee the findings of discussions, including potential solutions with non-budget impacts, and solutions going forward after review of the rollout of the on-demand service that will have budget impacts that need to go to 2024. I just don't think it's reasonable at this point, unless we want to delay the budget, that we're going to be able to, we need to maybe refer it to the budget for 2024, and the non-budget items can come up ahead unless we can find other funding opportunities or revenue streams to support it. But I think it's pretty difficult at this point to be trying to consider things for the budget when we're trying to wrap the budget up for January 30th. It's not a reasonable turnaround time for staff, I don't think.
Are you making an amendment to the motion?
So I'll make an amendment if the clerk can work out the wording for that.
Get what she said. I took some notes if that's helpful.
Sorry, we're trying to
can repeat it.
contemplate whether the deputy mayor should be coming back in as well.
Correct.
Yeah. Was he out there? Oh, could you ask him to come in? Thank you so much. Oh, there he is. Come on back in, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
And sorry, if you could, Councillor Jeffrey, just re-note the amendment that you're considering
So
here.
the amendment at the end would simply be to report back to standing committee the findings of the discussions, including solutions with no budget impacts, potential solutions with no budget impacts, and those solutions that require budget resources would go to the 2024 budget discussion.
And I think what you had added in there, I wrote down anyway, these are my words, but so that it could take into account the rollout of the on-demand
Yes.
service.
Correct. Thank you for that. I have no idea if there's a seconder or not.
Councillor Doherty, are you seconding that?
No, actually, I was just going to ask for just a slightly extended amendment.
Just wait 1 second here. I think I need to get a seconder for her motion to get this on the floor. Councillor Perry. Okay, seconder. Okay. Councillor Doherty, do you want to comment on this?
Yes, please. And hopefully this would be a friendly amendment. To assess opportunities to extend services, to provide more immediate daytime service, as well as extending services further into the evening, and then carry on balance of the motion with budgetary impacts, with no budgetary impacts.
Is that friendly for you?
I can add it into the amendment. It's fine.
Because I just comment, I think that's what Coordinator Wisniak said they would be. I mean, that's his job as he sees it.
But that's not in the
No,
motion.
it's not in the motion, but yeah. But would you?
That's fine. Yeah, I
That's
can
it.
put that
Okay, we have a friendly amendment included, so we can do this. And when you're ready, I think Clerk Almas, I'll ask you to read that in the whole motion. Well, or with the amendment. We'll vote on the amendment first, and then we'll vote on the motion. The amendment. Would anyone else like to comment on this motion before, or do you need it read in first on this amendment, I should say? Oh, yes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I'll just apologize for the confusion I added to the matter. I felt comfortable with the motion the way it read, that I could participate. The broader conversation took me into the realm of my previous declared disqualifying interest on the code. So I'll provide that. I'm pretty comfortable with voting since it's just a motion to receive further information. Even though I hadn't been in for the whole conversation, I'm pretty comfortable with participating in the vote.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on the amendment to the motion? There's none. So do we need it read in? I think so. It's just if you're ready.
Sorry,
It's a long one.
and here we are trying to, thank you, Your Worship, allow an opportunity to put it up on the screen, and I can't even get it put on my own screen. So The friendly amendment, I just need to have confirmation on that the solution that's being back is to also to look at increasing access to transit during the prime time. That's the purpose. Okay. All right. So
Accessible transit, yeah.
So I have that staff to report back to standing committee with solutions that increase access to accessible transit during the prime time, as well as that solutions that do not incorporate budget impacts, and solutions with budgetary impacts be considered in the 2024 budget review.
Yeah, seems to cover it. Okay. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And then the main motion as amended. Any further comment on that? All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Yes, Councillor Ring. Yeah.
The main motion still is the full package, transit package, right? And including all busing. And we're asking does that change with the amendment? Because I think the amendment is only dealing with accessible, or is that for everything?
What's on? Sorry.
Pardon. I'm going to ask the mover. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Hamlin, to Councillor Ring. My motion is with respect to all the discussions that if we have to make equal delivery with those recommendations, that they come together, because I don't think we can separate them. But where we can, certainly we should. Our focus is on accessible, but if we have to have equal opportunity with non-accessible travel as well, then that will have to come into the discussion as it comes back to the committee.
Okay, because I supported the amendment because it was just mentioned accessible in the amendment, but we never changed the wording in the original motion. So to me, I think we've got two different. It's just making it harder for me to support. I want to support anything we can do for the accessible, but I don't think we should spend the money to continue with the ridership until we see this on. We thought we were going to give the on-demand more time to see whether. Anyways,
I hear you. Councillor Jeffrey, do you have a solution?
Thank you. Well, not necessarily a solution, but I'll just maybe a clarification is the fact that this is the whole impetus of this for Councillor Houston is accessible transportation, but it's not going to limit if staff have to come back with the input in terms of the equal opportunity. We can't prohibit that, but understanding that this is focused on accessible transportation.
Go ahead.
If I may, I'll follow up. I'll support this because we are waiting for a report to come back. That doesn't mean we're accepting it tonight. I just want to make a point that I can't support the full program at this time unless somebody can convince me differently.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough. I think we'll be voting on the program when it comes back to us, and we'll weigh the costs and needs at that time. Okay, if that's all the discussion, all in favor of the motion as amended. And that's unanimous. Thank you so much. The next motion on the agenda is 14.2. Councillor Doherty, would you like to read your motion?
Yes, thank you. Whereas the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee received a petition for the paving of a rear lane situated between Napier Street and Minnesota Street from Ontario Street and Simcoe Street at its meeting of January 16th, 2023. Therefore, be it resolved that staff bring forward an outline of when an investment is a local improvement and the process involved in pursuing a local improvement.
Okay, thank you. Could I have a seconder for this, please? Councillor Baines, thank you. Would you like to speak to this?
I think it's fairly self-evident. We were all in attendance at the meeting last week where we did receive quite an exhaustive petition actually from the residents in that area. But it was also explained that this would be considered or could potentially be considered a local improvement, and thus there are implications to the town and to those residents, and it's important for us to have a better understanding before we move forward.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments from council on this? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 14.3. This is a motion that I have brought forward, so I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to take over chairing the meeting, please.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, and I will in turn ask the person making the motion to read it in.
Thank you. Whereas council would like to ensure that the community is aware and engaged in council and standing committee matters prior to discussion and decisions, and whereas council and the community require additional time to fully review agenda materials, including complex staff reports, bylaws, and policies, and be afforded the time required for council members to consider upcoming agenda materials, including any additional research or clarification needed, and address inquiries from their constituents. Therefore, be it resolved, the council herein requests that staff include in the upcoming procedural bylaw staff report provisions to increase the current notice for agenda material publication to a minimum of 6 days instead of 4 days prior to a meeting, and further investigate opportunities to inform the public of the anticipated content of agendas as early as possible to provide a greater opportunity for the public to provide feedback to council, either in writing or as a registered deputation prior to a meeting. And further, that until the staff report is presented in March, that staff make every effort possible to publish the agenda materials 5 days prior to meetings. And
Thank you. I'll look for a seconder, Councillor Perry, and I will ask if you would like to speak to it first, or would you like to wait till the end?
I'll wait, thank you.
Okay, and I'll look to Councillor Baines to speak.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm to, I suppose, CAO Skinner. This will, I'm assuming now, be Wednesdays that we would be getting materials, that being 6 days prior to a Monday council meeting or staff meeting or a committee meeting?
If I could, through the chair, actually ask the clerk to respond to that question, and the Director of Legislative Services. She's our expert on
my
these things.
apologies. Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Certainly, thank you through the Deputy Mayor. So for confirmation, yes, the 5 days at this point, notice is required to change any provisions within the procedural bylaw. So this is just requesting that at least until we bring that report back in March, staff have had some review together with the research that's going into the investigation of, potential council structures. Thinks this would be a good fit because depending on what's decided, it would make an impact on it. So right now, staff, if council approves this motion as presented tonight, will endeavor to have it the 5 days, which is the Wednesday, as soon as possible. However, the procedural bylaw still remains the Thursday. So
Thank you, Clerk Ramos. Follow up?
Well, no, thank you for that assurance, but I should imagine it'll be a busy Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday morning for staff. Thank you.
I'll look, Councillor Doherty, go ahead.
Thank you. So to be clear through this motion, we are not asking now for a change. We are just asking for staff to consider as part of the procedural bylaw update. Okay, in that case, I'm fine with it. I have never had a concern about the current 4 days notice. I think that there is a trade-off there for current information and more spontaneous provision of information the later that we can issue staff reports and agendas. Also, I really, I think that, we all signed up to be on council on the understanding that we may have to do a lot of reading quickly to prepare well for a Monday meeting. So I generally have no concern with the timelines as they are currently allowed for in the procedural bylaw, but I certainly would support this motion to have a look at the implications and other considerations.
Thank you. Councillor Jeff.
Sorry.
No, you had the wrong
Mayor,
card.
I'm looking to.
Anyone else like to comment?
I will comment just to say really similar to Councillor Doherty, whether it comes out or Wednesday or Thursday, I'm not going to be reading it that soon in the week in terms of being self-employed and earning a living. I might scan the content, but I won't get to my serious. The only part of this that would interest me would be in terms of the public having the information sooner, although I have had no input from the public in asking to have that sooner. Likewise, knowing that this is simply a request at this time to go into the mix going forward, I'll support the request, but honestly, I know I don't need it, so.
Thank you. Any further comments from council?
It's me.
And I will. I'm just going to comment myself and say that my understanding is the idea is for the possibility to the agenda notification to go out a couple of days earlier without the content. Just try to give the public a little more heads up about what's going to be on the agenda. But again, it's all coming back to March when we discuss the full situation. So I'll turn to Mayor Hamlin for her comments.
Yeah, and thanks for that clarification, Deputy Mayor. There's actually two parts to this motion. And the part you mentioned is the possibility of, at some point, I'll give it a suggestion, a week before the meeting or 10 days, the agenda, without the reports, is made available to the public. So I think staff's going to come back to us and advise on that. Because right now, if you're a member of the community and you're wanting to make a deputation on something that might be on the agenda, you can't because you don't know it's coming. And so the agenda comes out and you're too late to get on the agenda to be a deputation item anyway. So that was the reasoning behind that. Notwithstanding, some of us are speed readers and are happy to spend, 3 or 4 days or one day reading the agenda. One thing I have observed as my time on council is the agendas are getting lengthier and more complex, and we have more complex topics before us. So in terms of perhaps shortening the meetings, the more time that there is for council members to review the agendas and ask questions ahead of time of council or of staff members, I think that would be helpful. Also, I have been led to believe that it's best practices for running any kind of board to have at least a week notice of an agenda and the reports on it. And I think that we deserve that same opportunity that a lot of municipalities and companies, small and large, give to their own boards. So this is what's the genesis of asking for this to come forward is.
Thank you. So no one else wanting to comment, I will call the vote 14.3. All in favor? And that's unanimous. I'll turn the chair back to Mayor Hamlin.
Thank you so much. So the next item is our bylaws, and we're going to have the opportunity to appoint various members to our different boards. And if you just give me a minute, I have to log back into my computer here. Oh, can you? Okay. Clerk almost can read my mind. Oh, but I may have it here now. So what I'm after here is I want to read in the names of the people who've been appointed. So Clerk Almus is going to help me here. So 15.1, and this is the motion that's before us, that the following bylaws to appoint members to the boards or committees identified for a term concurrent with council be enacted and passed this 23rd day of January 2023. The first one is bylaw number 2023-001, appoint members to the Collingwood Public Library Board. And those members are as follows.
Margaret Adolphe, Alison Hunwicks, Charles Levine, Donna Mansfield, Marion McLeod, and Courtney Squires.
Thank you for that. Could I have a seconder, or could I have a mover and a seconder, pardon me? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Houston. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. 15.2, pardon me, to continue on this, bylaw number 2023-002, appoint members to the Committee of Adjustment and Property Standards Appeal Committee. And those members are
Michelle Boyer, Norma Bryant, Stephen Johns, David Martin, and Nigel O'Neill.
Thank you. Could I have a mover and a seconder?
Sorry, Your Worship, through you to the clerk, if I declared as I did a conflict of interest in regard to the discussion in this particular board or committee, do I have to do the same here in regard to voting?
Yes, I would.
Okay, then I declare a conflict and shall I leave?
You leave.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Could I have a mover and a seconder for these members? Councillor Potts and Councillor Doherty, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Councillor Baines, you can return. Thank you. And the last part of our bylaw for this is bylaw number 2023-003. This is to appoint members to the Collingwood Police Services Board. And that person is?
Claire Tucker Reed.
Okay, thank you. And
I will step out because of my non-participatory conflict during the selection process in camera.
thank you, Deputy Mayor Friars, leaving the council table. And we have a mover, Councillor Jeffrey, and a seconder, Councillor Houston. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor, and that's unanimous. Thank you. Deputy Mayor Fryer, thank you. Next item on the agenda, and so, and congratulations to all those new board members who put their name forward, and we look forward to having you to participate. And thank you to those too who put their names forward and weren't selected. Please, keep volunteering and putting your name forward. The next item on the agenda is 15.2, and the motion reads as follows, that bylaw number 2023-004, being a bylaw to authorize temporary borrowing to meet the current expenditures of the town of Collingwood, unit taxes are collected and other revenues, is that unit? Is that right? Yeah, anyway, unit taxes are collected and other revenues are received to be enacted and passed this 23rd day of January, 2023. This is a standard bylaw that comes forward every year. Would there be a mover and a seconder for this? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Ring, thank you. Would there be any questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That's unanimous. This next bylaw is also a standard bylaw that comes forward once per year. That bylaw number 2023-005, being a bylaw to provide for the 2023 interim tax levy, be enacted and passed this 23rd day of January 2023. Mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Baines, Councillor Doherty, thank you. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. We now have a notice of motion here that will be read in tonight. Is that right? And we'll discuss at our next meeting. Councillor Doherty, do you want to read that in?
Thank you, Worship. Actually, Your Worship, I will make a request to waive notice if I may.
Thank you. All right. Would there be a seconder for this motion? Councillor Jeffrey, thank you. Would you like to speak to the request for waiver of notice?
Yes, the notice is with regard to the budget for my participation on the AMO Board of Directors and also on the OSM Executive Committee. In just having a quick look at what was allocated in 2022, it was evident to me that there was not enough money in the budget this year based on the expansion of the duties and the number of meetings. And so I wanted to make sure that Council would approve an increase in the budget and we would then get it into our full budget for 2023.
So this would be part of the discussions next Monday.
Yes,
I
thank you.
understand. Councillor Baines, you have a question?
Your worship, just out of interest, what item in the budget does this come under? This isn't council discretionary fund, is it? Or, just interested
Just
to know.
before, we're just going to deal with the waiver of notice.
Oh, sorry.
And then we'll get into the motion itself. So any questions on the waiver of notice? Comments? No? So we'll have a vote on that now. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And then Councillor Baines, so before we do that, we have to read in the motion. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Whereas the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, is a nonpartisan entity that represents the interests of municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within provincial jurisdiction, and whereas AMO's Board of Directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide AMO with the feedback and emphasis required to carry the municipal message to the provincial government. And whereas Councillor Deb Doherty was duly elected to the Small Urban Caucus of the AMO Board of Directors in August 2022, and whereas as a member of the AMO Small Urban Caucus, Councillor Doherty has been included on the Executive Committee of the Ontario Small Urban Municipalities, or OSUM, and whereas OSUM has ensured that matters that affect small urban communities are brought to the attention of the provincial and federal governments and presents an annual conference with focus on issues unique to small urban municipalities. Therefore, be it resolved that Council endorse Councillor Doherty's position on the AMO Board of Directors and the OSUM Executive Committee and assume all costs associated with attending AMO and OSUM board meetings up to a budgeted annual amount of $5,000.
Thank you. And would you like to speak to this first or last?
I'll speak last.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think this is a wonderful undertaking. My only question is where it comes from the 2023 budget.
Okay, I think that might be a question for Treasurer Quinlan.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to Councillor Baines. It is not part of the discretionary portion that's included for each member of council. Specifically for AMO and FCM, there are separate line items. Right now, under the AMO board expenses, there's only $2,000, of which, Councillor Doherty has mentioned she feels is too low, considering this additional appointment for this year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would there be any other questions or comments? Councillor Jeffrey.
Hi, no questions. If we don't have a seconder, I'm pleased to do so. Only to comment that our municipality will get every penny of that back plus more in terms of a council member willing to make that commitment and to make sure our input and information is represented on a provincial level. And so I'm very pleased to support this. And I have to confess, I didn't even look at the FCM line item, so I have no idea where I'm at. But maybe the treasurer could confirm for me after. But most importantly, it's important to have Councillor Doherty there and have the resources to be able to perform.
I think we're very lucky at this council to have both a representative so involved at the federal level, which of course is Councillor Jeffrey, and also now a representative involved at the provincial level, Councillor Doherty, because the lobbying these two groups do, FCM and AMO, is significant for municipalities, and especially smaller municipalities like ours, because we don't have a voice, we don't have a large enough voice to get known without help. So I'm very proud of these two members, I will say. Okay, Councillor Doherty, what would you like to finish up with?
Thank you, Mayor. I can hardly add any more. Having attended my first board meeting before the end of the year, I can tell you it is astounding how much AMO is involved. AMO has positions in virtually every ministry, and their staff are really second to none in terms of their expertise, their talent, and their tireless work to advance the interests of all municipalities of all sizes with this provincial government.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. On the county report, I'll just say we've had our first budget meeting at the county, and the next meetings are coming up soon. Is there anything else you'd like to report, Deputy Mayor?
Mayor Hamlin, I was going to say the same thing. We haven't had another meeting since then,
Yeah.
and we'd already reported on that. But we will see the agenda ahead of next Monday's meeting, so I'm anticipating I'd have some update for that meeting.
Thank you. So under item 19, which is council business, is there any old or deferred business a member would like to bring forward? Seeing none, under other business, Councillor Jeffrey, you mentioned at the beginning of the meeting that you would like to address council, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, for remembering that, and more for the new members to council. I know the Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Doherty are very familiar with what my responsibilities and what I do at FCM are. We did our annual meeting. It's called Advocacy Days in the Nation's Capital in December, and what happens is that FCM facilitates direct meetings with a diverse set of federal parliamentarians from all major parties, including Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, government ministers, including the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Infrastructure and Communities, which is Dominic LeBlanc, and numerous MPs from the official opposition, Conservative Party of Canada, the NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, and members of his caucus, plus an MP from the Bloc Québécois. So these high-profile events are conducted professionally, passionately, and with a close focus on the responsibilities that we have to Canadian communities as a federation. And the engagement allowed us to highlight our key priorities ahead of the federal budget for 2023, which included the design of renewed infrastructure programs, tackling housing and homelessness, implementing better climate adaptation and mitigation measures, and pushing to resolve the RCMP retroactive cost issues. So I was able to participate in numerous meetings. I will highlight two. The first was with 8 members of FCM and staff with Parliamentary Secretary Andy Fillmore from Nova Scotia and MP Tony Van Bynen from Newmarket, all specific to the housing portfolio, in which Parliamentary Secretary Fillmore was clear to say that municipalities could be very impactful with their zoning bylaws and whatnot in terms of the housing inventory that we have and getting it built as soon as possible. MP Van Bynen knows Collingwood very well, and he offered a solution which I brought to staff, and a potential solution to staff in terms of back-ending DCs for some of the developments, which, given Bill 23, who knows what that discussion is, but that it provided developers with cash flows so that could be offset with a request for a certain percentage of affordable housing within their developments by providing that cash flow ahead of time. So I know that the CAO has that information. I also had the opportunity to have breakfast with a mayor from one of the most affluential municipalities in Canada, and he was giving me some ideas in terms of the agreement that we first heard. It's the Municipal Capital Funding Agreement, which can come into play in terms of our negotiations with developers. And again, you can't ask for certain things, but they can offer, and we can do that agreement to such things as affordable housing, infrastructure requests. I know this particular mayor built an entire recreational complex from those funds alone. It didn't touch 1 cent of taxpayers' dollars. So I appreciate this is the kind of networking you can do when you're there in person, and you can bring them back for consideration and how they might apply. So the things that kind of were the lenses to our conversation were changing national circumstances and economic uncertainty and the impact of inflation. I already spoke about the pre-budget priorities, but there was a key focus on including unlocking the next generation of infrastructure for Canadian communities. and the one is the doubling up of the gas tax funds, now known as the Canadian Community Fund, that you heard Coordinator Wisniak refer to earlier. We had a high-profile BCMC meeting, and we're very fortunate to have a big city mayor's caucus who have that clout, but are so understanding of the challenges for rural and small urban communities that they understand that our problems are the same. It's just the extra dollars on the end of the amounts. Of course, I mentioned the engagement with the Prime Minister. The advocacy across party lines is so key for a nonpartisan organization like FCM, and having federal presence on the ground. And we had one really important workshop, and it was on addressing political intimidation. And it's not just women being intimidated with online harassment and gender violence. It's all municipal politicians of all of us across Canada, and it is increasing. And so it was a workshop for us to talk in a safe place about the incidences that we have had and work through, and how it's most important that we support each other and that we denounce this kind of behavior online whenever we see it happen. So, and then the other really interesting one was hydrogen innovation. On December 8th, we received a special presentation from the Edmonton Region Hydrogen Hub, and had a very significant discussion on power transition. Yes, power transition. And the hydrogen innovation was really very interesting. So those are the highlights. And
Okay,
I'm
thanks
pleased
for
to
that
report.
update. Well, we're down to the confirmatory bylaw, and it is as follows. That bylaw number 2023-006, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular meeting of council held January 23rd, 2023, be enacted and passed this 23rd day of January, 2023. I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Perry and Councillor Potts, thank you. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. And so now we need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Perry, you're picked. That was fast. Oh, all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you very much, everyone.
What a guy.